Okay, good morning, everyone. We'd like to welcome those of you here in the room to the Quadrennial Energy Review public meeting in Bismarck, North Dakota at the beautiful Bismarck State College. I'd also like to welcome those of you who are joining us via live stream on the web. My name is Chris Kelly from Energetics. We're a support contractor for the Department of Energy on this QER effort. I have the distinct honor of being the facilitator for today's meeting. We'll be hearing from a number of speakers today, but before we get started, I'd like to refer to a few housekeeping notes. First, the QER Task Force welcomes comments from the public. If you wish to make a comment and you haven't signed up yet, please do so at the front entrance. And for those of you who are joining us via live streaming, please email your comments to qercomments@hq.doe.gov. We have an outstanding set of speakers here today. Their comments and presentations will be found after today's session at www.energy.gov/QER. Before we get started, I'd like to read a short statement about the purpose of today's meeting. Pursuant to the Federal Advisory Committee Act, the purpose of today's meeting is to ask for your individual input or your organization's input regarding infrastructure constraints and provide a forum to exchange information. To that end, it would be most helpful to us for you to provide these recommendations and information based on your personal experience, your individual advice, information, or facts regarding this topic. The object of this session is not to obtain any group position or consensus. Rather, the U.S. Department of Energy is seeking as many recommendations as possible from all individuals in this meeting. And a few other notes. I see most folks have made their way over to this side of the room. We'd like you to keep those tables open for lunch later today. And if you haven't already seen it, there is a note out in the lobby with the login for the wireless. So if you care to connect to the wireless here, it's BSC guest, and the password is on the note at the front that you can get. So with that, allow me to introduce Matt McGovern, the Senior Advisor, Office of the Deputy Director for State, Local, and Tribal Cooperation, Energy Policy and Systems Analysis. Mr. McGovern will introduce our first speaker. Matt?
Thanks, Chris. Good morning, everyone, and thank you all for coming. I'm glad that you've come to this 9th meeting of the Quadrennial Energy Review. Your public input is very important to this process, so I want to thank you all for coming out today. This QER, or Quadrennial Energy Review, is one of the most important energy initiatives coming out of the White House right now. The President directed the administration to conduct a Quadrennial Energy Review, which is the first time it's ever been done. And this year, the focus will be on infrastructure for transmission, storage, and distribution of energy. And this is going to end up being a strategic document that will have recommendations for energy policy to deal with our 21st century energy challenges and improve on our infrastructure to enhance our energy and climate security looking ahead to the year 2030. It's going to identify recommendations for policy in all aspects of energy. You're going to hear a lot more about that today. Our first panel, we're going to hear about workforce issues here in the Bakken, which, as you all know, is incredibly important. And then we'll have several elected and cabinet officials this afternoon, followed by 2 more expert panels to really get into the details on infrastructure in the Bakken. And I'm really glad to be here today for this North Dakota meeting. I spent most of the last decade living in South Dakota before I moved to Washington last year. So coming to North Dakota is a little bit, it's almost like coming back home. Not quite the same, but people are very friendly here. It's not 100 degrees all the time. I've already been to Taco John's once, so you can't get that in Washington. So I'm really glad to be here. And I'm especially honored to be able to introduce our first speaker here today. As many of you know, Senator Heitkamp made history when she became the first woman elected to the Senate in North Dakota in 2012. She served as the Attorney General for the state of North Dakota from 1993 to 2001. She grew up in Mantador, North Dakota, which, from what I hear, is a small enough town that you could probably fit everybody who lives there in this room. And so we're glad to have her here today. She's got a really strong background in energy. She served for several years as a director of the Dakota Gasification Synfuels plant. In the Senate, she's worked promote a all-of-the-above energy strategy for North Dakota and is known as having a really strong interest in North Dakota energy issues. She also serves on the Ag Committee, the Indian Affairs Committee, the Banking Committee, the Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee, and the Committee on Small Business and Entrepreneurship. We're also really grateful to Senator Heitkamp's staff for helping us make this meeting a success and help us organize a lot of the details that go into putting a meeting like this together. So we're happy to have Senator Heitkamp here today, and I'll call her up to introduce the first panel.
We're gonna make this mic obey. Thank you so much for attending, and I know a lot of you have braved some road construction out there, and so it's great to see so many faces here. When the president announced this initiative and they listed the locations where they were going to be doing the public meetings, North Dakota wasn't on the list. And I just don't know where you can go to get a more rich environment of all of the above energy policy than the state of North Dakota. We do it all here, from biofuels and wind, and even I was over in Valley City looking at some solar panels, to all the way over to the other side as people look at the spectrum of energy, fossil fuels, lignite coal, gas, electric generation. We've got oil and gas development. In fact, we quickly have become the number 2 state in the country for oil and gas production. And it's interesting because when people talk about oil shale or people talk about shale development, they always say, North Dakota, where you have that gas shale. I said, no, we do oil in North Dakota. We're trying to figure out what to do with our associated gas. And so this is a wonderful opportunity, not only for you in the audience to participate, but also for everybody who is watching this being streamed and who can, in fact, tell the great North Dakota story and how it is that the most critical thing that we can do for North Dakota energy, in my opinion, is number 1, don't mess it up, but number 2, figure out how we're going to move energy. It's one of the great challenges that we have. And so I want to start out by thanking Dave Clark, somebody I've known for a lot of years. We just get old together, Dave, for hosting this event. It is always an honor to show off this room, to show off our valley, and to really talk about how this building was built with a great collaborative effort between energy in our state and the state of North Dakota and the great foundation here at the college. And so thank you so much. And I don't know if Larry's out there, Larry Scogan, but there he is. Larry, thank you so much for the university hosting us and providing this forum. I also want to thank Senator Moniz for taking up the challenge that we issued when we said you ought to come to North Dakota. He and Secretary Fox will be on the ground, and I think they will find this, my prediction, one of the most interesting places that they go in this review. And so when I want to just do a quick review of kind of where we are right now with workforce. I mean, if you look at the challenges, other than transportation, and a lot of those challenges are related to workforce. When I go to Western North Dakota, and we're begging a lot for increased infrastructure, and that includes the airports, right? Williston needs a new airport, and Minot's already expanding, and so we know that this is real and that we need to continue to build out that infrastructure. And I've toured those airports quite a bit. So we bring out officials. I let the people who know what they're doing actually walk around, and what I do is I walk around the waiting room at the airport and introduce myself and say, where are you from? And they'll say, I'm from Louisiana. Well, what you doing? I just spent 2 weeks running a compressor station, or I spent 3 weeks driving a truck, flying home. I say, you going home to get your family? No, ma'am, I'm not. And I go to construction sites and I look up on the roofers. I call up to them. I say, where are you all from? And they'll say they're from Idaho or they're from Utah. And I say, are you building this house for your family? You're going to bring your family to North Dakota? No, ma'am, we're not. And so I think that we know we have some very serious challenges in terms of workforce development, but we have a lot of folks who want to work. And a lot of folks, if we just did, I think, a better job talking to young people about what their opportunities are, I think that we could go a long way in developing that workforce that we need, which good, high-paying jobs. But right now, the folks at Job Service have 27,000 jobs in North Dakota that they are trying to fill. And that's just people who have asked Job Service for that help. And you think about that, and people say, well, you have low unemployment. I say we have zero unemployment in North Dakota. We're underemployed. And so what we need to do is, I think, be very strategic, but we need to build that workforce at home. And so we need to do a better job educating our kids from a very young age about what those opportunities are going to be in North Dakota and how we can provide a good living for their families right here. And we're seeing that already, but we need to do a better job. And so it's only appropriate, I think, that our first panel, Chris, is looking at the development of the workforce. I think that our great colleges and universities are all playing a role, but we need to get this down to a place where we can educate people very early on in their lives what those opportunities are going to be. I look forward to being with you for the rest of the day. I think this is great. I see so many friends and builders of our state out in the audience, and I really ask you to participate fully in this opportunity, because we want to make sure that we are developing the right policies in Washington, D.C. that give you the predictability to continue to make the investments that you're making in the great state of North Dakota. Thanks so much. Thanks so much, Chris.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Heitkamp. So with that, we're going to go ahead and jump right into our first panel. We've got a great set of panelists here today to discuss Bakken workforce development. Today we have Dave Clark, the interim president of Bismarck State College, Steve Shepard, CTE coordinator, United Tribes Technical College, Ron Ness, president of North Dakota Petroleum Council, Pamela Link, chairperson, McLean County Board of Commissioners, Brad Hawk, Indian Health Systems Administrator, North Dakota Indian Affairs Commission. Each of our speakers is going to provide 5 to 7 minutes of comments. We'll go right down the list here. Everyone will provide their comments, and then at the end of that, we'll have a discussion amongst the panel here. So with that, let's go ahead and get started with you, Dave.
Okay, thank you. And I was asked to give an educational perspective from Bismarck State College viewpoint. We were established, just a little bit of background, we were established in 1939. We're accredited through the Higher Learning Commission, North Central Association of Colleges and Schools. We'll serve about 4,100 credit students and 17,000 non-credit through our continuing education efforts. We offer both online and on-campus programs across the country. We're the third largest campus in the North Dakota University system, behind our 2 research universities, UND and NDSU. We have 85 programs that we offer, 42 associate degree programs, 42 technical programs, and 1 Bachelor of Applied Science in Energy Management. We also offer an array of customized training and apprenticeship programs here at BSC. The building you're in here, this is the National Education Center of Excellence. It opened in 2008. It's about 106,000 square feet, and it was constructed with significant funding from business, energy, and both state and national government. And I need to give a shout out to Basin Electric Power Cooperative. They provided the lead gift on this particular project. And also the Department of Energy played a key role with our funding as well. The energy efficient design includes a geothermal system as well as the state-of-the-art lab facilities and equipment. See if these slides work, yes. Okay, this first slide, and I know Heidi said we were at 0% unemployment, but what this actually indicates that we have the lowest unemployment rate in the nation, and even in 2002, before the latest shale boom, you could see we were about 2% lower than the nation's unemployment rate at the time. And in 2013, as the U.S. has been recovering from the recession, the U.S. rate dipping below 8%, our unemployment rate has dropped even more. We're at about 2.5%. At the same time, there's been significant job growth in North Dakota. That's partly why our unemployment rate is so low. We've, over the last 4 years, averaged greater than a 3% annual job growth rate. When you look at energy resources, and North Dakota has always been a commodity-driven economy here, very much so. And so, a great bulk of our growth is tied to the energy boom, and you can see from this map the variety of energy we boast, and it is across the board. Coal, wind, ethanol, hydro, and of course, oil and gas. The Bakken and Three Forks formations encompass much of western North Dakota and account for the astounding growth in our population, wealth, and job demand. As a result, you can see the programs that BSC offers. And actually, we started serving the energy industry in 1970, utilities primarily relating to electrical generation and transmission. You can see the on-campus programs that we offer here. And in the last 4 to 5 years, since the latest Bakken shale boom, we've added mechanical maintenance, instrumentation and control, renewable generation, and petroleum engineering technology to the list. We did previously offer line worker, our power plant, and our process plant technology programs that supported utilities. You can then also see we have extensive online offerings, and that's a result of federal grants that have become available over the years, has allowed our delivery methodology to grow. We started offering online programs in 1998, and we're able to expand them exponentially, especially in energy, thanks to grants from the National Science Foundation and Department of Labor. You can see the list of programs there, and you can see in 2011 we added petroleum production technology, and in 2012 water and wastewater technician, but it's an extensive array of online offerings. We also have other programs that support Bakken workforce demand. We prepare students to fill the pipeline and support industries affected by the boom. From welding to our healthcare programs, our students are getting trained here and being employed in the state, and as fast and sometimes faster than we can graduate them. Oftentimes, they're hired before they're able to graduate. When you look at our credit enrollment in the last year, BSC served 1,359 students in energy programs from all 50 states, so that's primarily with our online delivery in several foreign countries. An extension of our undergraduate offerings is our industry training. We leverage courses recognized and developed in cooperation with the energy industry. BSC offers cost-effective, customized, hands-on training and flexible schedules. Our instructors teach technique and troubleshooting skills for a variety of employers. Offered in cooperation with our state's workforce training arm, Train&D. Some examples of our recent training in North Dakota includes the Dakota Prairie Refinery, which is just west of Dickinson, and that's the first refinery in the United States being built since 1976. We did the operator training for Dakota Prairie Refining. That's a cooperative venture between MDU and Calumet. We've done wind farm training with Bismarck, with Minnesota Power for operators. We've had a long-standing relationship with Great River Energy, and they have just a new $1 million simulator on our campus that we train their people and use it for classroom environment as well. And then with the burgeoning natural gas processing industry, we've done training with One Oak, Hess, Whiting, Aux Sable, all relating to gas processing, and obviously that's going to grow over time. So in addition to our 4-credit students, we had about 1,700 non-credit students enrolled last year in almost every state, and again, some foreign countries. Of those, 977 were taking part in the Smart Grid offerings made possible by the DOE Smart Grid Grant. The energy training BSC provides from both a credit and non-credit perspective is possible only because of the support and insights of our many national and statewide partners. Many of our partners are present here today. If you wander around this building, you'll find their names on the labs, the auditoriums, and the classrooms, acknowledging their significant engagement with our energy offerings and this incredible training facility. Delivering state-of-the-art training is dependent on our ability to create an interactive experience that duplicates what students see in their jobs. Through the use of animation and simulation, we have a super technical team at BSC focused solely on creating and updating that online curriculum. You see some of the interactive tools on this slide. We also have remote students enrolled in online training are able to engage very much like campus students thanks to innovations like our remote laboratories. And this is just an example of one. We have others as well. BSC is not the only institution in the area ensuring the pipeline of workers is filled in North Dakota. One of the most important partnerships is our TREND consortium. TREND stands for Training for Regional Energy in North Dakota. Supported by a $14.6 million Department of Labor grant, BSC leads 5 community and tribal colleges in a state and tribal consortium creating job training in the areas of oil and gas, transportation, welding, building, and construction. I'd like to say thank you for the support we've received from the Department of Energy and our industry partners. Colleges just would not have the financial ability to provide this highly relevant training, education and training if not for the external support. In closing, I'd like to thank all of the dignitaries here today, Secretaries Fox and Muniz, Dr. Holdren, Assistant Secretary Schneider, our North Dakota Congressional Delegation, and Governor Dalrymple. We are very proud to host you and proud of our role in moving the United States towards energy independence and developing the workforce that fuels the Bakken. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Steve, before we move on to you, I neglected to make a comment, and please don't take this personally. This applies to the whole panel. The views expressed by the panelists are their own views here today, including Dave's, and not the views of the administration, including the U.S. Department of Energy, Department of Transportation, or Department of Interior. All right, with that out of the way, Steve.
Thank you. My name is Steve Shepard. I currently hold the positions of the CTE Coordinator and Welding Program Director at United Tribes Technical College. I'm also a union ironworker, where I specialize as a welder on skyscrapers, amongst other things. United Tribe Technical College's interim president, Phil Baird, had a prior engagement and has asked me to fill in for him, and I am honored to be sitting here in his place amongst these great leaders of respected colleges and organizations. In my position as CTE Coordinator at United Tribes, I oversee all the short-term workforce training programs. These programs include construction technology, electrical technology, heavy equipment operators, CDL Class A's, welding and medical building and coding. In the great state of North Dakota, there are a lot of great things going on. In conjunction with the Bakken oil boom, the state now has an unemployment rate of less than 3%. There were 23,501 job postings online through Job Service North Dakota as of July of this year, constituting an increase of 15% over the same time period of the previous year. There were 8,361 active in-state resumes to fill these jobs. Some employers have simply stopped looking for employees to fill these positions. The combined low unemployment rate and economic growth has created a critical workforce shortage in many industries in North Dakota. There aren't enough qualified workers to fill the continual growing workforce demand in the region. There is a great economic disparity on the American Indian reservations in the region. The TAC grant has helped area community colleges and tribal colleges to equip, furnish, and develop programs to train students. United Tribes Technical College received TAC funding for a consortium project we call DEMAND. DEMAND is short for Tribal College Consortium Developing Montana and the state of North Dakota workforce. The consortium partners include Chandeska Community College in Spirit Lake, Fort Peck Community College in Poplar, Montana, Ani Nakota College in Harlem, Montana, and of course United Tribes Technical College right here in Bismarck, North Dakota. Reservation communities served by the DEMAND project are primarily low-income, isolated, and have experienced persistent and historical poverty and chronic unemployment. Unemployment rates on these reservations are much higher than any other part of the state, estimated at well over 50%. In 2005, Prior to the economic recession, it was estimated that unemployment rate was 66% for American Indians in North Dakota. It may be more accurate to compare employment rates rather than unemployment rates when discussing communities where a significant segment of the population stops looking for work because their odds of finding work are so low. Very little economic development activity occurs on the reservations in this region of the country, which, with the exception of the Fort Berthold Indian Reservation, located in the center of the Bakken oil activity. According to estimated ranges based on a 90% confidence interval, in several states, including Montana and North Dakota, less than 50% of Native Americans are working. Among those who are 16 years of age or older and who are living in or near tribal areas of federally recognized tribes. The employment rates of Native Americans compared to non-Native Americans in North Dakota are among some of the worst in the nation. In North Dakota, which is ranked second poorest, Native Americans are 24.4% less likely than non-Native Americans to be employed. The regional workforce shortage is an opportunity to help people in and around these communities to train and access gainful employment, much of which exists off of the reservations in western North Dakota, and work toward breaking the cycle of poverty. The demand project's primary focus is to help people living in these high poverty and low employment areas engage in the workforce opportunities available in the region. While it may seem relatively easy to train these folks for jobs, what is much harder is to help people who have lived with persistent poverty understand how successfully to transition into the workforce. While workforce development is not a new concept to tribal colleges, or other colleges for that matter, the current situation we are in has helped area colleges such as United Tribes build their capacity through use of state-of-the-art facilities, equipment, rigorous examination of student support, and educational practices, and working in close partnerships with other tribal colleges and regional employers, which has been a new and exciting pathway for us. Regional employers have indicated that a lack of available qualified workers have caused some to stop looking for new workers and to limit their operations accordingly. They are also anxious to work with colleges to help strengthen their workforce. One partner employer indicated that the only condition holding them back from expanding into the Bakken is a lack of qualified employees or prospects. There are various employers such as Butler Machinery, RDO, BNSF, as well as pipe fitters, ironworkers, boiler makers, electricians, and operators unions that have a huge need for employees across the state of North Dakota and our great nation. It is no secret that there is a severe workforce shortage in North Dakota. Conversely, there is a high unemployment rates on the reservations because of the rural nature of the colleges in their home agencies. Training programs are often offered in isolation and are not readily available to students who do not already live in close proximity to the institutions that offer them due to a lack of housing, and that's where United Tribes comes in. Typically, TCU programs are limited to students who live in the vicinity of the colleges because of the lack of housing. United Tribes Technical College is different and an exception due to the fact that we have housing in dorms, which in turn makes it easier for us to train students. The college has garnered support from Job Service North Dakota, which oversees the TAA for Workers programs and the Workforce Investment Board in North Dakota. Job Service North Dakota has agreed to partner with the project to help promote the project. We have to extend great gratitude to Job Service North Dakota, who coordinated the Skill Build program, which has helped fund many of the students in our programs, not only in our programs, but throughout the state. While we understand the opportunity may not become available again, Job Service is willing to provide student support resources as available. That kind of support is critical to student success and program success of any nature. At United Tribes Technical College, we offer welding, electrical tech, construction tech, and are currently expanding our heavy equipment and CDL programs, as well as all the other programs that United Tribe has to offer. We offer state-of-the-art facilities and equipment and believe we have some of the best instructors the industry has to offer. United Tribes ensures that graduates have the technical skills that they need for the occupation for which they are trained. One of the greatest challenges, however, has been helping students transition from the training programs to employment. There are several reasons hypothesized for this phenomenon based on broader studies regarding poverty and unemployment trends, including family responsibilities, substance abuse challenges, insecurities, and lack of reliable transportation. In addition, students who have limited or no experience away from the reservation are insecure and less confident about gaining employment away from the reservation. There is a limited economic development and few job opportunities within the reservations which tribal colleges are located. Students must commute or relocate in order to attain gainful employment in these high-demand fields. Students that have significant experience through military, previous work experience, living, or schooling are much more confident about accessing employment after completion of training. Those who have had little or no experience were reticent about accessing employment after completion of training. Reasons for this vary, and students are unclear about workplace expectations and culture. They have difficulty envisioning life away from extended family in unfamiliar communities, and they don't know how to manage family obligations and work. Some simply fear the unknown. That's the work I am here to do, to help each and every student that comes to United Tribes for training in some short-term workforce training of their choice. We understand there are some of the same reasons students choose local tribal colleges rather than mainstream institutions. Although mainstream colleges have support system in place for traditional students, tribal colleges foster cultural identity, have safe connections to local communities, provide culturally responsive curricula, and offer supportive faculty as mentors and advisors who provide academic and emotional support and are often considered one of the most important components of the overall educational experience.
Steve, I need you to wrap up your comments when you
I'm almost done here. Students from all over the country come to United Tribes when they complete their training. They are skilled in their chosen occupation. What is often difficult to overcome is those starting costs of living on their own without the student services and housing available at United Tribes. As a way to help graduates enter the workforce, we have come up with a new strategy. Now we can offer students who pursue employment in the Bismarck, Mandan area the option of an extended stay so that upon completion of their respected training, students can stay at United Tribes for up to 3 months as long as they abide by the rules of the college and are employed until they're ready to find housing of their own and ready to do that. We continue to work on developing strategy designed to address the workforce shortage in the region while decreasing unemployment and poverty in the state's reservations. Tribal colleges have the best access to the untapped labor force on the reservations. The funding from the North Dakota Tribal College Grant through the Department of Commerce, funding from the EDA, and TACT funding from the Department of Labor have helped United Tribes build the infrastructure needed to provide quality training for the high-wage, high-skill, and high-demand jobs in this region. And we look forward to helping students with having the facilities, equipment, and personnel to continue our means of supporting at-risk poverty students. I want to thank everybody for listening and apologize for taking a little bit longer than I should.
Thanks, Steve. Ron?
Thank you very much. My name is Ron Ness. I'm the president of the North Dakota Petroleum Council. We represent over 500 companies doing business in North Dakota's oil and gas industry. We're very glad to have all of the federal officials in town this week, and especially glad that you've taken the time to spend a few days touring North Dakota's energy resources. My comments today are going to talk somewhat about what the previous two speakers have talked about. What is the Bakken and what has happened in North Dakota's workforce opportunity as a result of that. As we all know, we recently reached 1 million barrels a day. That's just a number. But in essence, the number is to show the significance of the resource of the Bakken and to stimulate the understanding and the magnitude and the need for infrastructure, long-term, substantial infrastructure investment, and understand really the significance of this and the reinvestment we need in the Bakken, not only in infrastructure, but workforce and all of the other socio-economic type of issues. That's $50 million a day of economic impact across North Dakota. The state collects over $11 million a day in oil and gas production taxes, and about $1 million of that goes back to the state and local governments. Released last week was a new study issued by North Dakota Job Service, and that information told us that there are now 55,000 direct jobs in North Dakota directly related to the oil and gas industry. This does not include remote people that come and go. These are people working on jobs in North Dakota. 1 of 7 jobs in the state are now related to oil and gas. That's 15% of all of our jobs. Just in 2005, there were 5,000 direct jobs. So you can look at the magnitude of growth, and when you multiply that on top of that, the hospitality, the construction, and all of the related jobs, you get somewhat of a sense of almost the significant impact we're looking at. In statewide, we have 11 counties where at least 25% of their jobs are related to oil and gas, and some counties are well over 80%. And 28% of our total state's private wages are being paid by the oil and gas industry in North Dakota. That's over $5 billion a year. This is a graph showing we are transitioning out of what we consider a transient type workforce into a more stable, permanent workforce where you had employees here who follow the drilling rigs, employees here who maybe are here for certain construction jobs. You are now seeing production and maintenance jobs. Companies are having to hire additional workers to daily check those wells, check those operations, and operate the gas plants. All of the facilities out there now need people who need to live within an hour of that well site. Substantial change that we're beginning to enter. In North Dakota as a whole, we've heard this talked about before, but the expectation is that we're going to add another 76,000 jobs in North Dakota by 2020, and only about 35% of these are energy related. And on those energy related jobs, 88% of the employees need some type of basic skill training that the previous 2 employers have talked about. So the opportunity here is significant. So who are we going to hire? Who are we going to train? Who are we going to retrain? We know that North Dakota just does not have this type of workforce availability. We think the federal government can specifically help on veterans and minorities. This is a perfect fit. They understand working in challenging, hard work situations. They are perfect employees for us. You have the skill build program that I think North Dakota is implementing and utilizing. We encourage more support and utilization of that. Workforce training, as we previously heard about, is critical. Retraining is critical. I believe the unemployment rate on the 3 affiliated tribes is virtually 0. So when you look at 66% on our other reservations, virtually 0 where there's oil and gas activity, and the same things I've heard from the tribal members there. They want to live and work where they grew up and where they're comfortable. But nationwide, a focus by the unemployment insurance agencies on understanding vacancies. These aren't just oil and gas jobs. These are nurses, teachers, hospitality workers. We need everything. We need business people. Is the biggest demand on the oil and gas side. We need business people. We need colleges to produce us good business students. I want to throw out a major pitch, though, for federal agencies. We need quality federal employees in North Dakota. It is extremely difficult to the federal agencies to recruit and retain federal employees into BLM, BIA, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, U.S. Forest Service. There needs to be salary adjustments. There needs to be relocation pay, housing pay, all of the things that all of us are having to do. Federal government needs to step up and make those changes immediately because it's extremely important. So what are the obstacles to attracting these people here? Longevity. We still have the concerns. Is this real? Is this here? Is this significant? Markets and transportations. What makes this longevity sustain itself are markets for our products. We're just like farmers. We rely on the commodity price. We need to have pipelines. We need to have high quality roads. 4-lane highways like on Highway 85 are not critical for safety, critical for the communities, but also critical for transportation. Air service, what I hear from employees who are coming in that Senator Heitkamp was talking about, if they're going to move here, they want to be able to get back home and see their families. If they're going to bring their family here, their family has extended family elsewhere. We need substantial quality air service in North Dakota that gets us across this country. But clearly, the biggest issue is affordable single-family housing, and we are seeing it built, and the state is doing a lot, but more can be done. And the one that I never thought we would be so heavily involved in is daycare. You have to have daycare. Daycare is critical, and there's more that can be done from a state and federal in support of getting daycare in place. So what does all of this mean for North Dakota? This does not come without change. Just listen to your radio on the way here this morning, on national, world, across the world. We are the tip of the spear on the learning curve for oil shale. There's no better place for the world to learn about oil shale than right here in North Dakota. We have a history of solving challenges. We have a history of working together. We're small enough, we're nimble enough that we can make the adjustments, but it's a learning process. We all understand that. Housing, roads, traffic, crime, spills, filter socks, all of these things are things that we're going to solve, but the big critical piece is infrastructure, and infrastructure for workforce. This is a renaissance for rural North Dakota. All of us that grew up across North Dakota knew that we were on massive change. It was just a slow decline of death. Closing schools versus having to have tough meetings now to build new schools. Votes to close businesses, votes to open new businesses and expand. That is a renaissance that we've been searching for here for 3 decades. It doesn't come easy. There's populations, there's kids, there's young people. Those are things that we like to see across North Dakota, and we will tackle those challenges. The wealth creation helps farmers in difficult times. This is the diversity that we've been waiting for to assist our agriculture industry through those tough periods in their commodity challenges. But in addition, there are tremendous entrepreneurial opportunities. That's why the people from across the world are coming here, not only look to see what the opportunity is here, but what they can take back home. Thank you for your time, and we will be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Ron. Pam?
Good morning, and thank you very much for the opportunity to be part of today's essential discussions. These could help bring an advanced, balanced, responsible energy and infrastructure policies, bring solutions to a growing workforce need, and assist with continued growth in this region. My name is Pamela Link, and I come to you wearing several different hats. I am currently the McLean County Chairperson. I am the Governmental Affairs Director for the Labor's District Council of North Dakota and Minnesota, and I'm also a small business owner. I have worked extensively in my career on business recruitment and retention and want to continue to be part of workforce development solutions. It is an exciting time for my state. I grew up in Bowman and Slope County, counties that are experiencing a huge boom due to oil increases. And I now live in McLean County, one that is strong in agriculture, growing in oil development, and has been a coal and energy producer for more than 40 years. It is also a county that has a segment of workforce population that I believe can be educated further to meet the demands that North Dakota currently has. Of course, thanks in part to the oil boom, North Dakota boasts the fastest growing economy and the lowest unemployment rate in the nation. But what does this translate to? Workforce demands that are unheard of in our 125-year history. As Mr. Shepard said, we have more than 23,500 jobs, and if you look at that, you know there are thousands more, especially in the service industry. They're not represented on that job service site. So where are the workers needed? Actually, the more important question is, where aren't workers needed? Right now, through the laborers, I see pipeline and gas line expansion, and that needs to grow at a rapid rate to keep up with demand. Electric utilities need plant upgrades and transmission lines. Small communities that are experiencing unprecedented growth need new sewer facilities and water treatment plants. And of course, as Mr. Ness said, affordable housing is needed not just in the western half of the state, but throughout the state, oftentimes in the eastern side where families are living and a husband or wife is working in the oil field. North Dakota's transportation system. I worked for Knife River Corporation for a while and understood even 4 and 5 years ago the depth and the breadth of how much the United States needs an improved transportation infrastructure system. And these are only the tip of the iceberg. However, much of the work above requires the aforementioned skilled labor, with individuals requiring a 2-year degree, technical degree, or simply people with a desire to work harder. We've seen a flood of workers come into this state, but we need more. With my role as the laborers, I have witnessed this firsthand. 3 years ago, there were fewer than 120 members in the state of North Dakota. Right now, we balance between 650 and 700, and when pipeline work is heavy, there are more than 1,200 workers in the state. Currently, our membership represents about 17 states, but again, as pipeline work increases, we've seen anywhere up from 35 to 40 states represented coming in, wanting to work on pipelines. Now, as a commissioner in one of the counties that actually has a lower oil producing rate right now, I also get to see workforce from a different perspective. County employees, especially with highway and law enforcement, are persistently recruited away for their skills once they've gained the necessary experience. In the county, we've spent thousands more advertising, recruiting, and replacing employees that have been drawn to the oil field. I believe that there is a greater need for private business, state, and local government to partner and sponsor existing programs in the state to find a necessary workforce balance. We need to prioritize and promote the top job needs. The state also holds a wealth of workforce training centers and tech colleges, just like Dave talked about Bismarck State College. But they can help provide that skill to a workforce. But I believe the priority is really making that connection for people who need jobs with the skills and with the employees. During the last 3 years, I've had an incredible opportunity to work with staff from 2 of the tribal colleges and many of the VOTEC programs in the high school. Mr. Shepard is one of them. I have spent hours with him talking about his programs and where workforce can be skilled at United Tribes. And he mentioned all of the programs that he has ramped up. And he has taken a role, and I have watched him use his own resources, his personal resources, to make sure those programs are growing. I've worked with Edna Saylor at Fort Berthold Community College, who has also worked at top-notch jobs in construction, CDL programs, safety, and carpentry. If you ever have a chance, step into the Bismarck Career Academy right here on the campus of BSC. It is a premier resource for this state. And as the laborers expand their training programs, and as the other building trades that I work with extend their programs, our intent is to partner with the tribal colleges and also with the VOTEC programs in the state to see how we can complement each other. With all of the educational and training opportunities, there continues to be, again, that vast gap in connecting qualified workers with the appropriate employers. North Dakota Job Service does an incredible job with an incredible workload. Now you start to see within the state more creative avenues are being explored to make workforce connections, and these need to be expanded. Hats off to the governor's office working with North Dakota Department of Commerce and Job Service for their Find a Good Life in North Dakota campaign. It's something that businesses should help co-brand, expand on, because many of us represented here in this room represent how good a life there can be in North Dakota. The North Dakota building trades are encouraging members from other state locals into our training and apprenticeship programs and increasing our training opportunities. Senator Heitkamp recently announced new funding sources for North Dakota's tribal nations with more than $900,000 to help with employment and training opportunities. Within McLean County, a very small portion of the county, Fort Berthold Indian Reservation falls on that corner. And to add to that, it is a joy to see that there are more opportunities for tribal members in our county. Several years ago, I got the opportunity to work with the North Dakota Ambassadors Program, which is still thriving, has more than 9,000 members across the nation and some in foreign countries, pushing the joys about workforce and living in North Dakota. Last week, I actually heard of one of the most creative things. How many of you have heard of eHarmony? It was all over the news that eHarmony is getting in the workforce business. So now you can find, not just the love of your life, but the work that you can love. In conclusion, workforce needs will only continue to grow within the state. When projects such as the Sandpiper Pipeline kick off, new utility lines continue to be constructed, and millions more for highway and bridge construction in the state is released, the employment crunch will continue. But from my perspective, as a North Dakota native, a county commissioner, working with the laborers, and as a small business person, I am thrilled that my state has experienced this economic and financial growth. But to sustain our place on the national and international scene as a prime energy producers, to keep families economically strong, workforce recruitment, development, and retention efforts need to take a greater priority in the state and across the nation. Thank you.
Thanks, Pam. Brad.
Hello, my name is Brad Hawk. I'm with the North Dakota Indian Affairs Commission. We're a state agency that is a liaison between the state agencies and the tribal nations. Scott Davis is our executive director, and he is unable to make it today, so I'm here in his place. I want to kind of talk a little bit about what Steve Shepard was alluding to earlier. Talking about how there's a lot of jobs in North Dakota, but our reservations in North Dakota still see a higher rate of unemployment. But just to talk about some of the strategies that are happening, a lot of things with our tribal colleges in North Dakota. Each reservation has their own community college, and United Tribes Technical College is the 5th one in the state. So when you look at the things that are happening at the tribal college level, they're doing everything from quick turnaround workforce training, and it was talked about earlier with the workforce development grant that the state provided $1 million to each tribal college. And what they're doing with that is kind of unique. They're adding CDL programs for truck drivers or bus drivers. They're doing different things like oil field operation programs. So they're getting pretty diverse in what they're able to provide. The other part of it is that a lot of the tribal colleges are seeing issues with getting their graduates placed, and the issue is not that they're having trouble finding them, they're just not getting enough graduates out. And so that's been the push, is to get a lot more students through their systems to get them in the workforce. So that's just one thing that the tribal colleges are trying to fill the need. And it was expressed earlier this year that the tribal colleges are ramping up all their instructors. They're getting services to not only take the students after they graduate out to the workforce, but they're making roads to transport them back and forth. So there's new things that are happening out there with the tribal colleges, and from our office, we get to meet with a lot of the leaders in the tribal colleges in North Dakota, and it's nice to see that there's innovative ways of getting the workforce out into to either the oil field or other service areas in North Dakota. One other thing I'd like to mention too is Steve kind of touched on this a little bit, but there are a lot of partnerships happening, and I know from firsthand meetings and from discussions that the tribes in North Dakota are starting to make a lot of connections with different for-profit groups, but also with the university system, things that are happening now with trying to do more with the training, utilizing other people's resources and pulling in new partners has been a important role for the tribal colleges. The other part I'd like to talk about is the Department of Commerce workforce grant, the $1 million. We're at the state level looking at doing that again in this next coming session. And so we'll be working with the tribal colleges to assess the first round of these grants, and then put the I guess kind of the data from that grant to know that this program's working. So one of the other colleges talked a little bit about how they're able to add electric technology. I know United Tribes has added that. They've also done a CDL program. So when you're talking about how fast these colleges are coming to the table and offering new workforce. It's been kind of remarkable to see how fast they've been turning that around. I guess the other issue that we're noticing is that when we're looking out in Trenton, they're out in the Bakken area. They've been experiencing issues with filling service staff also, and I think that's pretty common in the western half of the state. But so we've been working with them to try to fill the gaps that they have there. But it is an issue that we're seeing a lot of. So with that, I'll cut my comments off, and I'll take any questions.
Thanks, Brad. So after hearing from all the panelists, I've crafted a few questions here for you. So why don't we go ahead, we'll start down here with you, Dave. So Brad, you actually touched on one of the questions I wanted to address, but I wanted to hear from some of the others. You talked about some specific technologies that folks are being trained in and specific needs that are out there. So we've heard a lot about low unemployment in the state and a high need for filling these technical skilled positions. So what specific technologies are you looking to train, or do you think are that in the highest demand right now?
Well, from Bismarck State College's perspective, we have a number of programs in high demand. When you look at specifically what's happening with the Bakken Shale play, we've seen significant growth with our process plant technology program. That's directly related to the flaring issue, and as the capacity to reduce the flaring out in the fields is directly related to the operations out in the western part of the state. And so as that capacity ramps up, they're going to need more operators, more technicians to operate those plants. We have a really great fit with our program, and so we've established those relationships already with the operators in the Bakken. Another is in instrumentation and control, and it's a high demand field, a high degree of technical skill with that program, and high wage, and so it's really a win-win situation where you can have students take a 1 or 2 year program, and INC is a 2-year program. The first year is electronics. But they can graduate and go into a field that's high wage, great benefits, and meets the need, of business and industry as well. Welding is in high demand, and we have waiting lists for many of these programs. So some of the issues the colleges are dealing with is just capacity. They're limited enrollment type programs. They're limited enrollment because of the space you need for the lab part of the curriculum, and so that's something we try and address the best we can, but we know there's the demand and the need out there. But it's pretty much across the board, at least as we see it. Line worker program is in demand. The power requirements out in the Bakken as they ramp up the production levels is great, and so you have a need for line workers. So that's kind of a niche program for us, a high demand program for us. So it's pretty much across the board relative to the fit, and in some of the cases I just mentioned, they're hiring our people before they graduate because they have such a huge need for the workforce. Fortunately, with our online capacity, they can complete their curriculum online, but we would prefer they'd stay and graduate. It would help our completion rates, but that's the way it is. You've got a unique situation. There's just been such rapid growth, and so we deal with it the best we can.
Thanks, Dave. Steve, you care to comment?
I have no comments.
Okay. Ron, any comments on specific technology?
I would say obviously we need petroleum engineers, we need geologists, but we're able to attract and would grow those programs. The universities are doing a great job. Diesel mechanics is a job that across the state, whether it's agriculture or energy, huge demand growth, and I think Dave hit on many of the others, but I think across all spectrums, those two-year trades are going to be critical.
Thank you. Pam, anything to add?
I would like to add to that, if you have a CDL, you can basically write your ticket in North Dakota. And we see that a lot with the trades and the different training programs, where they're bringing people from all across the country if you have your CDL.
Thank you. And Brad, did you have any others to add?
Just that add on to what Pamela said with the CDL, a lot of the tribal colleges have some kind of a system or some program that's addressing CDL training, and so I think the other part of it is just making sure that we make those partnerships with other trucking companies or other for-profit agencies or organizations that would employ them after graduation.
Thank you. So my next question is, we heard about the challenges associated with training here, to train folks here in the state. Pam, you mentioned a program, Find a Good Life in North Dakota, as a way to attract resources to the state. I'd like to give others a chance to maybe remark on that and talk about if there's a federal role in any way to help support attracting workers here to the state. Anyone care to take that?
Well, I had mentioned the focus by, we not only tried to get North Dakota Job Service to focus, but regional job services to focus. So this is North Dakota's energy industry, and these jobs are not just a North Dakota, it's a regional economic pull that we're seeing from the Black Hills. But these people need to have a plan. They need to know what are the skill sets, what are the training demands, where am I going to live, all of those things that can be provided through the job services across this country that can help prepare people and not only show them what are the jobs like, what are my opportunities. Those are the critical things that through job service, I believe you could provide that would be essential, and the minority opportunities, but those veteran opportunities. We've tried to work with veterans groups in North Dakota, and they have a really hard time reaching out and getting the message into North Carolina or into, we find a lot of success attracting employees from across the northern tier. They understand the climate, the hours of work, and those different things. So we could use some significant help in those two areas.
Thank you. Anyone else care to comment?
Well, I would just add, and housing was brought up, even on, when you look at our situation on our campus, we have limited housing capabilities. We have, demand to attend school and cannot meet. And the community has very tight housing inventory. So, any support that can be provided with that particular infrastructure need would be beneficial. And especially, if you're dealing with in areas where you're just seeing this rapid buildup and growth that's occurring.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? So let me ask a question that we've got the QER task force here. They're listening, they're interested in hearing what you have to say. If you had a chance to give them one recommendation for the role of the federal government in addressing these workforce issues, what would that one specific recommendation be? Brad, do you want to start?
I think it's going to be multiple areas. I mean, we can't focus on just one area. I think what we're seeing is the different service areas throughout the state they all have needs. I do a lot of stuff with the healthcare field, and just talking about providers for basic services is what we're seeing as an issue. But in the energy field, I mean, there's a lot of good things happening with education and training. I think we just got to keep up with that, but we also need to make sure those partnerships are happening with employers after the people are being trained. So that's kind of what I think.
Thank you. Pam?
I've got two. One's been mentioned, housing. I don't know how many ways you can talk about housing that we haven't already discussed in North Dakota. I believe the second one is a lot of pressure to get a comprehensive highway bill passed. It's been 2009 since it's happened. And with Ron saying that, we could be looking at an additional 76,000 jobs in 2020, what does that do to our highway system? What does that do to our bridge system, our rural roads that are already in trouble in the state? I think that's one of the biggest things we can do to sustain all of the energy production going on in North Dakota.
Thanks, Ron.
I would encourage the team to look at underscoring the value of energy to this country in terms of not only what it means to us and our reliance on foreign oil, but in terms of what it means to us in terms of our economy and jobs for the future, for our own energy needs, and looking at the importance of pipelines, of railroads, of highways, and all of those key infrastructure things that add value and support the growth of energy across this nation in all sectors. It's important from every aspect of our daily lives.
Thanks, Ron. Steve?
I would just have to go back and say housing also, because not only for the students to be trained, for people coming in from all over the country, but North Dakotans also.
Thank you. Dave?
Well, I guess my pitch would be, and this has been mentioned, but the reinvestment in the Bakken. And, we've been successful with some federal grant applications, having those funds made available, even if it's in a competitive sort of environment, is just super beneficial. We're not able to provide the level of skilled training and education that we do without some external support to deliver that. And so just to have those resources remain available and if possible to increase would be important.
Thank you, Dave. So with that, I'd like to thank our distinguished guests here today. Please join me in thanking them. So at this point, we have a break for lunch. Thanks to Bismarck State College for providing the lunch here today. The lunch will be served over here on the side. We will get started promptly at 1 o'clock with the remarks by our elected and cabinet officials. Thank you. Good afternoon. There we are. I just want to remind everyone that if you'd like to provide your comments, please do so at the front table. Please indicate in the sign-in sheet that you'd like to provide comments. And thank you all for showing up. This is a great crowd we have here today. So we've got a great afternoon. Hope everyone is ready for this. This afternoon, I'd like to introduce Melanie Kenderdine. In July 2014, Ms. Kenderdine was named one of the top 5 women in Washington shaping energy policy by the National Journal. Melanie Kenderdine is a special advisor to Secretary Moniz and Director, DOE Office of Energy Policy and Systems Analysis. Ms. Kenderdine will introduce our next speakers.
Thank you. Thank you all very much for coming. This is outside of the one we had in Washington, D.C., the largest group of participants that we've had at any of these QER meetings. I believe, thank you. This is great. Thank you. And I think this is number 9. We just came from number 8 in Chicago. We are doing outreach for the Quadrennial Energy Review, which my office is doing the analytical work for. This is number 9. We're doing sectoral and geographic meetings across the country to get input into the QER. These have all been terrific. We look forward to hearing from you today. And we'll hear more about the Quadrennial Energy Review from other speakers, Secretary Fox and Secretary Moniz and Dr. Holdren here. I want to introduce you to the governor, Jack Dalrymple. He is, you have his bios. The bios of all of the panelists are available for you, and I'm not going to read them or read much of anything out of those bios because we have a lot of panelists here today. Two things I would note that I noticed when I read the governor's bio, that North Dakota, under his leadership, has been ranked the best run state in America. I think that's terrific. And yeah. And his strong commitment to responsible oil drilling, and that's in part what we're here to talk about today. So, Governor, thank you.
Melanie, thank you very much, and thank you for including me in this Quadrennial Energy Review. This is a very unusual format for me. I'm not exactly sure how to act, but I guess in the absence of knowing any better, I'm going to just say whatever I think about what's going on in energy in my state. And I consider it a great opportunity. To the secretaries and to our congressional delegation and other distinguished members of this administration, welcome to Bismarck and welcome to North Dakota. We are truly honored to have you come here in person, and we're honored to have Bismarck, North Dakota chosen as one of the locations for this interesting event. I think I have a reputation, maybe a bad reputation, for actually going into the content right away. I'm sorry about that. I'm not going to give you any frills whatsoever. I want to bring up a number of topics while I have the opportunity. One of the things that we have worked on in just the last couple of days is this whole question of whether Bakken oil is as safe as it can be when it goes into a rail car or when it goes into a pipeline. We understand that this is only one piece of a very big picture of how to improve safety in the transportation of Bakken crude oil, or any crude oil for that matter. But it is one thing that our State Industrial Commission feels that it can have a bearing on. We had a meeting 2 days ago of the Industrial Commission. We discussed the opportunity for conditioning oil before it is stored and loaded. We received a report from Turner Mason that indicated that Bakken oil is a very consistent and very specific level of volatility. It is not different from other light sweet crude oils, but we focused on the things that we can do as a state. And we have decided to call a hearing probably within the next month to seek input on conditioning crude oil before it's stored and loaded. And that will include the discussion of heater treater separators, their capacity, their specifications. We will talk specifically about required temperature levels for that conditioning. We will talk specifically about the time of stagnation in the tank, which can continue to lower volatility. And ultimately, we will seek to establish some standards within our oil and gas division for this process, and then we will proceed to determine how we can monitor that process. This is one thing that we can do as a state, and I think it's an important thing. To be able to say to people in the public that we have done everything that we can feasibly do to reduce the volatility of this crude oil before it is transported. On the subject of railcar safety, There's been a lot going on. Of course, the volatility as it relates to rail cars is the real topic. We are curious why the recent studies from the federal government have referred specifically to Bakken crude oil. We think that it is important to classify crude oil by measurable characteristics like API gravity, vapor pressure, initial boiling point, and not simply classify it by geographic source. The proposed rulemaking that has come forward from DOT regarding safe transportation of crude oil by rail are rules that we would like to understand better. It does involve the key areas of replacement of cars, retrofitting of cars, rail speeds, but we are still interested in talking with DOT about how we as a state can be working with the railroad and working with PHMSA to come up with some practical steps that we can undertake immediately in the state of North Dakota to make progress and not wait any longer to go to work on this issue. A third topic is the opportunity for value-added enterprises involving the use of natural gas and crude oil. We have looked into the possibility of a loan guarantee from the Department of Energy for a large nitrogen fertilizer plant to be located at Spiritwood, North Dakota. We believe that by taking flared gas, which is abundant in North Dakota, and converting it into valuable products, we can directly create a win-win situation for energy development. We also have an opportunity to convert ethane from flared gas into polyethylene products and create a tremendous economic development outcome. All of that, we feel, if done correctly, and targeting the actual flared gas as the raw material, is very much in the spirit of what the Department of Energy is trying to accomplish. Finally, well, maybe not finally, also in the area of pipelines, we are committed as a state to promoting the development of more pipeline capacity as rapidly as possible. We have gone from a capacity a few years ago of 250,000 barrels per day to today about 800,000 barrels a day. And by the end of 2016, if all of the projects remain on schedule, we will achieve 1.4 million barrels per day of pipeline capacity, which is more than our current production. We think pipelines is the way to go. We think they need to be promoted. We think they need to be supported in every way possible. This is the way to long-term move large quantities of crude oil to our nation's refineries. And I would simply say that if there is anything that the federal agencies can do to help us move pipeline projects forward across other states, through other jurisdictions, perhaps down energy corridors that involve more than one utility, we would ask you to help us with that. In North Dakota, we think we can get these projects built pretty quickly, but we do have to cross other states, and that becomes a bigger challenge. I also want to bring up renewable fuels. We think that we need to bring forward E15. We are, of course, an agricultural state, but more than that, we think that the blended fuel option is one of the tools that we need to pursue. We currently have emerging a surplus of corn in the United States. And this old argument about how there isn't enough corn for everybody is no longer true. Corn is $2.50 a bushel. We've got more than enough corn for all the food supplies and feed supplies that you can name, plus a generous supply for our ethanol plants. And this product we know will function well in engines, and we need to move that forward. There will be no increase in the expansion of renewable fuels until we authorize a stronger blend. All of that blended fuel area is a tremendous area of opportunity. We can go into many other potential blending situations that would be even more effective. The people that I talk to who understand these things well tell me that based on their recent research, the most effective fuel of all for American farmers and probably American contractors would be a blend of 76% diesel fuel, 12% ethanol, and 12% biodiesel or soy diesel fuel. Those combinations have scientific benefits. One degums the other, one increases the other's octane, one reduces the gelling issues. You put these products together and you get more than the sum of the total. That's something the Department of Energy could help us with. Looking at extensive testing and evaluation of combinations of fuels. And finally, it would be wrong if I did not mention CO2. We believe that a commitment to the reduction of CO2 in the atmosphere is right and correct. But in the current situation with our coal industry in North Dakota, we are asking, what is the technology that we are expected to bring forward to comply with the proposed clean coal standards for the future? What technology is it that is economically feasible and will help us get that job done? So thank you for the opportunity. Looking forward to visiting with everybody later. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. Next, I would like to introduce to you Dr. John Holdren. Dr. Holdren is the science advisor to the President. He runs the Office of Science and Technology Policy. He is also the co-chair of the President's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology. That is the PCAST recommended in November of 2010 that the Department of Energy and the federal government do a quadrennial energy review. There are many federal equities across the agencies in energy, and so the recommendation was that the QER be run out of the White House, and that recommendation was accepted by President Obama. He put out a presidential memorandum on January 9th of this year, directing the federal government to do a quadrennial energy review, and Dr. Holdren and Dan Utek with the Domestic Policy Council run the task force for the QER, and my office at the Department of Energy does the analytical work and manages the interagency process for that. And so Dr. Holdren is going to talk to you and give you a little more context about what we're actually trying to do and achieve with the QER. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Melanie. It seems to me that the remarkable array of state and local decision makers and opinion leaders assembled here, and I mean not just those up here in front, but those of you out in the audience, is a testimony to the seriousness with which the Quadrennial Energy Review process is being taken both in Washington, D.C. and in North Dakota. And I would be remiss if I didn't convey to this whole group the greetings of President Obama, who I can assure you is watching this process very closely. President Obama's energy vision is one where affordable, clean, and secure energy contributes to a multiplicity of national goals. One set of those goals, of course, is economic growth, job creation, international competitiveness, balance of payments. Another set of those goals involves protecting the environment, most challenging, probably the challenge of protecting the global climate. And yet another set of goals involves protecting U.S. national and homeland security. Achieving that vision and those goals requires a comprehensive and integrated energy strategy. And that's what the QER is designed to help deliver. The QER process is in fact built on 3 pillars. One is strong technical analysis led by Melanie Kenderdine's group at the Department of Energy. A second pillar is strong contributions and interactions among the many other federal agencies that have stakes and responsibilities in the energy domain, an interagency process that, as Melanie has mentioned, I co-chair from the White House. And the third pillar is active engagement of external stakeholders. And that, of course, is what this series of regional stakeholder meetings, of which this is the 9th, is all about. Those of us who are charged with formulating the ultimate QER document expect to learn a lot from the discussion here today. We've learned a lot from the previous 8 stakeholder engagement meetings, and I know that this one will be no different. As you know already, I think the focus for the QER in its first year is the nation's infrastructure for transporting, transmitting, storing, and delivering energy. And I want to stress, by the way, that quadrennial does not mean that something happens only once every 4 years. We are anticipating a moving spotlight process where every year the focus of the QER is on a different set of the interlocking pieces of the energy puzzle. The QER, in that sense, is a continuous process, not a periodic process. The infrastructure that we're focused on this year, the infrastructure for the transportation, storage, distribution of energy, is being subjected to rapid changes and new stresses from a number of powerful forces. The first of those is the changing physical flow of energy commodities in the United States. Our transportation infrastructure has evolved in part in response to past patterns of where we've produced the raw materials for our energy system and where they've been consumed. Those patterns and flows have changed rapidly in the past few years, and as you know, North Dakota and the Bakken have been big parts of that. This is all part of a larger picture in which the development of new sources of energy and the introduction of new energy technologies have shifted demands and patterns of energy supply and energy transport. Second set of factors is that U.S. population growth and regional migration trends have caused concurrent shifts in the shipment of many non-energy goods by highway, rail, and waterways. Energy uses of our national transportation infrastructure have to compete with these other demands for the same infrastructure. And a third factor is the new set of demands and challenges that are being placed on our transportation system by our growing concerns about global climate change. That includes not only policies aimed at mitigating transportation's greenhouse gas emissions and energy consumption, but also policies and practices for adapting the transportation system to changes in patterns of temperature, patterns of precipitation, flooding, storm surges, wind loadings, and more that are already occurring and are expected to continue to occur in the future as a result of climate change. An overarching issue that adds complexity to this whole domain is the diversity of decision makers who have to deal with it. State transportation planners, railroad people, barge operators, trucking firms, oil and gas producers, refineries, farmers and ethanol manufacturers, electric power plant operators, industrial consumers, environmental regulators, only a partial list of the stakeholders involved in this matter. They all play important roles in this domain. And while those diverse stakeholders often act independently and sometimes have goals that are in competition with each other, the impacts of the individual decisions they make are all intertwined. So this is a big challenge. And given this exceptionally complex and exceptionally coupled challenge of our energy and transportation systems, I think it's particularly important that we take a clear look at where the most urgent questions in each of the major modes of transportation are. That will be the task of some of the subsequent panels here today, and again, we expect to learn a lot from them. I'm pleased that key members of agency and White House staffs are here, folks who are working on the QER, and will be able to learn firsthand today from the distinguished experts that will be covering those topics. I'm certainly looking forward to hearing what all of the speakers have to say. And with that, I thank you, and I turn the podium back to Melanie Kenderdine.
Thanks, John. Next, we're going to hear from Janice Schneider. Janice is an Assistant Secretary for Land and Minerals Management at the Department of Interior. Janice has a long career in responsible infrastructure siting and development, both in private legal practice and at the Interior Department. Interior Department, we've mentioned that this is a significant interagency effort. Interior Department is one of the first places we went when we started working on the QER to consult with other agencies. So, Janice?
Thank you, and good afternoon. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to be here today, be up in North Dakota. I spent some time touring portions of the state yesterday. Had the opportunity to go up to the Fort Berthold Indian Reservation, visit a drill rig, see their operations, as well as a production facility and a new train depot. So it's been a very, very good visit for me, a very productive visit for me as well. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to share with you what the department is doing to support balanced development of oil and gas resources in the Bakken region. Obviously, as we all know, the technological advances have really unlocked an incredible opportunity here in North Dakota. For example, just in the Williston Basin alone, in the last 2 years, from 2010 to 2012, we've seen a doubling of the production for oil and gas on an annual basis, and that's pretty amazing. These sharp increases in production are bringing their share of challenges, including to the Interior Department and its agencies. This is, across the board, from building the infrastructure necessary, and we're going to talk about that a little bit more, but also, for us, retaining the professionals needed to get the work done in a timely manner in a very, very highly competitive market. So let me just discuss a little bit briefly with you what we're doing. The Bureau of Land Management here in North Dakota manages less than 60,000 surface acres of public land, but we're responsible for managing oil and gas resources for over almost 2 million acres of federal and leased Indian trust subsurface in the state, which is a pretty significant amount. What that means is several things. First, BLM plays a critical role in leasing and approving permits for applications to drill new wells, but BLM also plays a critical role in facilitating the transportation of oil and gas produced from the Bakken. This is because BLM is responsible for issuing right-of-way grants authorizing pipeline projects that involve 2 or more federal agencies for oil and gas, even if most of the surface is privately owned. So, for example, what that means is if a pipeline crosses Forest Service land or BLM land, a small portion of it, but also needs a U.S. Army Corps of Engineers permit, BLM becomes the right-of-way permitting agency. Now, the North Dakota Field Office has already authorized rights-of-ways for over 160 miles of pipeline associated with the Balkan Link and the Centerpoint Energy projects, I should say. These projects are already estimated to bring over about 80,000 barrels per day with additional expansion capabilities. Currently, in addition to these projects, the BLM is also evaluating others representing about another 75 miles of pipeline. Now, as the public briefing paper for this session discusses, the lack of sufficient pipeline capacity in the area has really led to high levels of natural gas being flared at well sites. The results are significant in terms of impacts as well as lost revenues. So in order for us to be successful in developing this infrastructure, there are a number of things that I believe that we need to do together. First, we must recognize and respect the interests and concerns of American Indian tribes on a government-to-government basis, which is why tribal consultation plays such a vital role in our pipeline work, in particular in the Balkan region, as well as elsewhere in the country. Here, the BLM consults with 18 different federally recognized Indian tribes, and we work hard to try to find solutions to the issues that arise when we're dealing with projects of this sort of scope and complexity. Second, all of this work in the boom has really created manpower and staffing issues for us, and it's an enormous challenge in this economically competitive environment. The budget for the Bureau's oil and gas program has declined 20% since 2007 when accounting for inflation, and obviously industry is able to pay higher salaries. We very much appreciate the leadership of the North Dakota delegation to expand the pilot office project to include North Dakota recently, and also to provide additional resources to us to process the necessary oil and gas authorizations to continue to move product to market. And we're looking forward to working with Congress to expand that law, which expires in 2015. In the meantime, we've added 6 new positions to the North Dakota field office, and we're working as hard as we can to fill those jobs. So we're using all of the available human resource tools that we have in order to approve and have staffing here on the ground at appropriate levels. That includes relocation and retention incentives, special pay and locality pay issues, student loan repayment, and we're even building housing in order to provide for temporary quarters because that's an issue that we've identified as being an impediment or a challenge to bringing new folks on. We also obviously need to place a high priority on our inspection and enforcement of wells, and our goal there is to be responsive to industry requests while ensuring safe and responsible development and meeting foundational safety and accounting responsibilities for our oil and gas program. Third, we need to work together. The opportunities that we have working with the state of North Dakota on a host of issues, as well as with our elected officials, partnering agencies, industry, and other stakeholders are absolutely critical. Organizations like the North Dakota Petroleum Council, the Bakken Federal Executive Working Group, is the best way that we have to fully realize the opportunities presented to us. So I want to close by saying the department really appreciates the opportunity to be part of the task force. It's important to come up, visit, listen, meet stakeholders, and share what your views are with us. I'm looking forward to meeting folks in person, and I'll be happy to take any questions at the end of the session. Thank you.
Next, we're going to hear from Congressman Kevin Cramer. I believe he's in his first term. He's on a couple of important House committees, the Natural Resources Committee and the Science Committee, 2 committees I worked with for a long time on the Hill. Also, he's co-chair of the Northern Border Caucus. And I should mention, in the QER, we are looking at North American energy infrastructure issues, and the Secretary will be going up to Ottawa in September to meet with the Canadian government and representatives there on QER, and so we'd love to talk with you further about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and welcome to our state. It's so good to see our Washington friends come to our turf once in a while. We're kinder and gentler, I assure you. I have to say, first of all, a very special welcome to the 2 cabinet secretaries. They're both the gentlemen that I've had the opportunity to work rather closely with in 2 different ways. First, my friend Secretary Fox, and he is a friend. During during special challenges as we've had with regard to rail. He has been very attentive, he's been very accessible, and he's been very generous with his time and with his ears, and we've worked closely on that, along with he and his team, and look forward to working even more closely going forward. So welcome, my friend. And Secretary Moniz, I've had the opportunity in the Science and Technology Committee to cross-examine him, I guess, as we say, a couple of times. And as we look at the research and development strategies and appropriations for the department. And oftentimes, when you're getting into the nitty-gritty, the details, if you will, of research and development and technology, it's oftentimes not the secretary who has all of the answers. You often get a very smart wonk at some other level. But in the case of the Department of Energy, it's the secretary himself who steps up. And what I've appreciated about Secretary Moniz is not only do you have a wonderful broad knowledge of the department and its strategies, but he has very specific technical knowledge of North Dakota. And that's, you know, you do like to sort of stump the cabinet member when they're in front of you, and he's rather tough to stump. And although when he's comparing the EERC, you know, to his old stomping grounds, I don't know, it's kind of like a football game, you know, when we talk about some of it. But thank you both for being here, as well as our other guests. I do have a very simple solution, however, for the President and the administration with regard to energy policy in this country. Turn it over to North Dakota, and it's a much easier job than what we're going through to try and convince you to do it the right way. Just do it our way, and it'll go very well. I thought I'd just take a couple of minutes on a couple of specific issues. One, I think we need to talk a little bit about legislation, obviously. I mean, we're legislators, the senators and I, and we've passed some pretty good stuff. And I appreciate, Janice, your reference to the pilot project and the expansion of that. That was the first bill I introduced in Congress, and I'm proud to say and pleased to say I have the pen that President Obama signed the bill with. Senators Hoeven and Heitkamp, Senator Hoeven introduced and Senator Heitkamp co-sponsored their version in the Senate. It's always nice when the two chambers come together. But I think it's an important example of what can be done when you look for winners on all sides of an issue rather than winners and losers. What this bill simply does is it streamlines the permitting process on federal lands in a way that brings multiple agencies under the same roof so that you not only have efficiencies rather than, you know, one agency doing its work and then the next one and shipping it off to the next one, but you not only have the efficiencies of everybody under one roof, but you have the dynamics of synergy as well and creativity. And when we looked at how that had been done in other places and what were the results, here's what we found. We found that by doing something as simple as putting everybody together, you could reduce the period, the permitting processing period, by 25%. But, as I could go over and tell my friends Ed Markey and Rush Holt over on the other side of the Natural Resources Committee, we also increased inspections by 25%. That's win-win. That's what oftentimes we don't do very well in Washington, is look for ways for everybody to win. There doesn't always have to be a loser. So thank you for bringing that up. We've passed some other things on the energy side together, the two chambers, the Bureau of Reclamation Small Conduit Hydropower Development and Rural Jobs Act, you might recall. But one of the bills I thought we should talk about just a little bit, given the first panel today and given the challenges of workforce in North Dakota. The House passed well over a year ago an act called the Skills Act, where we tried to work to bring many of the complicated workforce development and career and technical education programs, and, well, we took 30-some and reduced them to 1. The Senate took 1 and made it 12. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. And together we passed a law. We passed a bill that the senators, or that the president signed, and today, hopefully, in this time when we have now, 67 straight months of unemployment over 6%, the lowest participation in the workforce since 1978 by our population, a time when we're wondering what to do about 11 or 12 million undocumented workers. We have at least the foundation now of an education program that can bring education and make it relevant to the economy. So those are some success stories. That said, we have some things that are still in front of the Senate that the House has passed that I think would be very helpful to today's discussion. I'm going to speak specifically to the Natural Gas Pipeline Permitting Reform Act, which sets permit deadlines for FERC and other agencies. The North American Energy Infrastructure Act that creates a more modern and efficient cross-border approval process. We know we need that. We have the Responsibility and Professionally Invigorating Development Act, otherwise known as RAPID, which streamlines current environmental permitting approval processes for energy infrastructure. Of course, the Northern Road Approval Act, which deems the Keystone Pipeline approved. We'd like to see the Senate take that up for a vote. The Domestic Prosperity and Global Freedom Act, which directs the Department of Energy to expedite approval of liquid natural gas. We like to see them coming one at a time, Secretary, just faster. As we see what's going on in the world, we think we could put ourselves in an important position. Certainly, we have a number of endangered species bills that I won't get into specifically. But then there's the Electricity Security and Affordability Act, which we've passed in the House. Senator Hoeven, I know, is a co-sponsor in the Senate on the same bill. And it simply ensures that the EPA greenhouse gas rules for new fossil fuel plants can be achieved and existing plant rules approved by Congress. And I've had the opportunity to question the Secretary in the Science Committee specifically on, of course, those greenhouse gas rules. And I know it's not directly pertinent to transportation, but I've always appreciated his tremendous understanding of the success of the Synfuels plant, the Great Plains Synfuels plant, where I know he's going to tour later today. Its ability to capture carbon and then use that carbon, to enhance oil recovery in Alberta. I love the idea of new plants being able to capture CO2. I hope we can get to that point where it's efficient and effective and economically feasible. And then to use it to enhance oil recovery. And as I told him in the committee, the idea that there's a technology someday that will extend the life of a coal mine and the life of an oil field is a noble goal for sure. But let's make sure we don't get the rule ahead of the technology. A number of other issues that I'll hope to maybe get into later in the Q&A, but I thank you for the opportunity to share, and thank you for the opportunity to serve.
Thank you so much, Congressman. Next, I would like to introduce Senator Heitkamp. She is a junior senator from North Dakota on the Ag, Banking, and Homeland Security Committees. She was the director of special interest to me and others at the Department of Energy of the Dakota Gasification Synfuels plant. I looked her up on the internet. Words that kept coming up were tough, straight-talking, independent, all aspirational attributes from me. She's a tireless advocate of all of the above strategy, energy policy, and Senator Heitkamp.
Thank you so much, and thank you to both secretaries, and thank you to the administration to bringing this effort here to North Dakota. Most of the audience knows that they weren't on the initial come-to list. I think you moved pretty quickly to add them to the list when you look at what North Dakota is. And I want to be brief in my comments because we want time for the secretaries to talk. But look at North Dakota: biofuels, wind, potential for huge geothermal, lignite generation, from lignite coal to electricity and gasification, one of the kind in this country. Sequestration behind it, using enhanced oil recovery, huge power generation from lignite, second largest producer of crude oil, and potentially one of the great production states for natural gas once we build out the infrastructure. We truly do all of the above here in North Dakota, and we try and achieve that balance on how we do all of the above. And I thought about what I was going to say today, and you think about where we were in 1973, 1974, 1975. We were sitting around saying, it's done. We've got to go beyond fossil fuels. We built the gasification plant with the idea coal's abundant. Let's liquefy it. Let's gasify it. Let's use coal to fill those transportation gaps and that generation gap. And then shale came. And the shale developments changed how we think about oil and gas development in our country. We're now North America. And one of the comments I am going to give is how we need to maybe stop thinking about just the United States and start thinking about North America and the potential of North America. But you think about it, and I will tell you this, as smart as we are today, and as clever as we think we are, we don't know what the production of the future is going to be. We don't know what the next generation of fuel source is going to be. We don't know if we're going to see batteries be developed that will be miniaturized and will absolutely change the landscape for renewables. We don't know if we're going to see some amazing developments in fusion and fission and whatever it could be. But one thing we do know is when we develop that energy, we need to move it. And the single biggest challenge in America today to an energy policy that's going to make sense is moving energy. And that's why I applaud the Secretary today, both Secretaries, for focusing this first round of discussion about energy policy on transportation of energy. And this is where I'm going to talk about North America. I'm going to talk about North America from the standpoint that it all needs to be linked together. We know up here, and it's important that you be here, that we don't really see a boundary or a border with Canada. You know, it's pretty seamless. And we go north and we go south and we move up and we move down. The gas plant sends their CO2 up to the Weyburn field, long-standing relationship. We've got technologies being developed up in SAS Power that can be deployed down here with lignite, the same kind of resource development. We've got a relationship, a growing relationship with Mexico. I don't know if you've been following this. They changed their constitution because guess what they have in Mexico? They have shale oil. And they want part of what we're doing. And so they're going to build out that resource and continue to build offshore. And you know what Mexico wants to do with their resource? They want to send it to Central America. Because as the president of Pemex told me, natural gas prices are $25 an MCF in Mexico, Central America, not Mexico. What does that do to destabilize a whole portion of an economy? And we see what happens when a portion of countries in our hemisphere destabilize, creating huge problems. And so how do we move this energy? How do we get rid of the NIMBY and not in my backyard, and we don't need to move it, we're going to use transportation as a tool to stop a fuel source? And most of you know I'm probably referring to Keystone Pipeline. Keystone Pipeline is one of those things that if you really analyze a balance on carbon, or you analyze kind of how you think about it, it has so little to do with carbon and so much to do with a disagreement about what should happen with the oil sands up north of Calgary. And so here we are using the transportation of energy as a way to control the fuel source. And that needs to end. We need to build smarter grids for electricity. We need to build more resilient and reliable grids, and those grids need to be protected against what I can only tell you is a threat of cyber terrorism or cyber attack that will cripple this country if we don't pay attention. And I know that the industry and the utility industry is paying attention. But these are things that need to be involved in concerning in an energy policy, is taking a look at cyber attacks. Taking a look at transportation as it relates to pipelines. We've all seen the difficulty, and I think Kevin greatly outlined a lot of what those difficulties are. But we need to build more pipeline capacity, certainly out of North Dakota. Look at the Northeast. Getting natural gas to the Northeast will stabilize their energy prices. It will make their life so much better. But yet we can't seem to take that next step. And we've got to get over the idea that these are tools or these are restrictions that we can put on the energy industry. The last comment that I'll make, because I believe it, I think one of the policy directions that this country absolutely must pursue is a policy of exportation, not only of natural gas, but also of crude oil. Also of crude oil. We've had a policy where we don't export crude oil. But you know what you can export? You can export gasoline. You can export refined products. So there isn't a lot of common sense in that kind of public policy. And it goes back to living the history of the 70s and not living the reality of today. And so these are huge challenges that we have on a congressional side. But natural gas, the ability to export natural gas, the ability to export crude, will help not only the markets in our country and can help continue this great production in our country by giving us access to markets, but it will help stabilize the world. It will be a form of soft power like we've never seen in global politics. Think about it. North America being able to provide that energy resource that will stabilize the world, whether it's in Central America or whether it's in the Ukraine, whether it is in Europe. And so we have got to figure that out. And people think that one of the challenges is that, you know, people don't want to export natural gas because they want to prevent that industry from growing out because it's fossil. The reality is that a lot of the opposition that we get is because they like low natural gas prices. Because low natural gas prices determine fuel sources in generation of electricity. And so when you look at low natural gas prices, what you have is when you keep them artificially low, not letting them find markets, what you end up with is you end up with curbing production, which is very dangerous. And you know, I keep trying to tell people that you still have a huge advantage because it costs a lot of money to offshore natural gas. So, you know, one of the things that the people who plan on, or the companies who plan on exporting natural gas, one of the things they like is low natural gas prices. Otherwise, it's not economic to export them. And I get this argument, but we have this great growth in advanced manufacturing. We have to keep gas prices low to keep them competitive. And I say, you know what? I deal with a lot of livestock producers. They like low corn prices, right? I've never once suggested that we should stop the exportation of corn because we live in a global world, we live in a global market, and so my suggestion really would be in transportation is figuring out a way to create a national policy on pipelines. Figure out a way to actually develop the consortium so that we aren't pitting one state against the other. We are creating a network, a system of networks, so that we actually have a design on where we're going to move energy. And people understand when a pipeline comes through their state, that's essential to the economy of this country, that we continue to move that energy. And so build out a national consensus on what we're going to do with pipeline systems. North Dakota's done it. It's a great example in a pipeline system. And the other suggestion that I would have is don't think just about moving power that we generate in the United States of America. We need to think regionally, the same way our states think regionally. And last, I would say, think about transporting our energy globally, because it's the global exportation that is going to help stabilize the world, it's going to help stabilize the industry, and it's going to give us a market. And you have to do all this so you give us predictability. That's what most of the people out here want to know. Is what's that policy going to look like, what are we going to do, and how can we deploy our resources in a predictable manner? And so I want to thank you again, Secretary Moniz and Secretary Fox, for coming to North Dakota. I think it's Secretary Fox has been here probably more than what he'd like to be, but has been a great friend to North Dakota. And Secretary Moniz is going to have a great day tomorrow, taking a look at what we do in North Dakota, which is truly all of the above, and some of the greatest innovation in energy right here in our state. Thanks for all coming.
Thank you, Senator. And we're running short on time, so I'm just going to introduce Senator Hoeven, the senior senator from North Dakota. He's on the Energy Committee in the Senate. Keep this short so that we have time to take some questions from the audience. Thank you.
Thank you. It's great to be here, and thanks to so many of you for coming to this Quadrennial Energy Review. And I want to welcome both Secretary Fox and, of course, Secretary Moniz. And, you know, Secretary Moniz is I think, was the head of the nuclear physics department at MIT. Is that right? The whole physics department. Well, that's better yet. And you know what they say, MIT's no BSC, but we're very pleased to have both Secretary Fox, Secretary of Transportation, and Secretary Moniz, Secretary of Energy here. These are important jobs at an important time in our country, and so we're very pleased you're here. And to Secretary Moniz, we look forward to taking you on an oil tour and coal. The only plant in the country, Dakota Gasification Company, that actually captures CO2 and sequesters it for tertiary oil recovery. Only place in the country that does that. And you'll find when it comes to energy, in North Dakota, we do a lot of things that aren't being done in other places. This region of the country really is the leader in energy and in all types of energy. And that's the point I want to make. This country can be energy secure in 5 years. The United States can be energy secure or energy independent in 5 years. What do I mean by that? I mean we produce more energy than we consume. It's a global market, we all get that, but we will produce more energy than we consume. And working with Canada, as Heidi correctly said, North America, we can truly be energy secure, producing more energy than we consume and producing it from all sources. And that's exactly what we do here in North Dakota. The idea of a quadrennial energy review is, it's not a new concept. It's actually based on a military concept. It's something I included in legislation in 2011 in a bill called the Domestic Energy and Jobs Act. It was also proposed in the House. I spoke with White House advisor Heather Zeichel in 2011 and said, hey, we should have this kind of planning as part of building a comprehensive energy plan. And that's why I'm pleased to see that, that the administration is here in North Dakota doing this kind of planning as part of a comprehensive energy plan for our nation. I set that goal at the outset for a reason. Let's have a goal, right? So if this is a planning process, QER, let's set a goal. Let's be energy secure. A lot of people like to say energy independence. But in the energy world, then that sounds like, well, it's not a global market for energy. It is a global market, so that's why I use the term energy secure. But quite simply, producing far more energy than we consume. That means jobs. That means economic growth, economic activity. That means national security for ourselves, and when we export LNG to Europe, for our allies. All these benefits. So let's set that goal as part of this QER. Now, in North Dakota, over the past decade, we've built a comprehensive energy plan. It's called Empower North Dakota. Empower North Dakota. We set out to produce energy from all sectors, renewable and traditional. Oil, gas, coal, biofuels, ethanol, biodiesel, biomass, wind. And we started at a time when energy companies weren't coming to North Dakota. When Governor Dalrymple and I started in 2000, oil companies were leaving North Dakota. There were better places to make investments, and they were going other places. So you've got to build the right kind of environment to encourage the kind of investment that will not only produce more energy, but deploy those new technologies that produce that energy and do it with better environmental stewardship. You've got to encourage that investment. We've worked hard to do it in this state, and we haven't done too bad. Today, we are the second largest oil-producing state in the nation. Together with Texas, which is the largest oil-producing state, we produce more than 4 million barrels a day. That is over half of the 8 million barrels a day that this country produces domestically. At 8 million barrels a day, we now produce 2/3 domestically of our total oil consumption. That is up dramatically and significantly from less than 50% just a few short years ago. So we're on our way, aren't we? But here's another statistic. Oil production on private land has gone up 60% over that time period. Oil production on public lands has gone down 7% since 2009. So we're up 40% in total since 2009 because we're up 60% on private lands and we're down 7% on public lands. Why is that? It's because of regulation and bottlenecks. So the focus of this QER is infrastructure. We need infrastructure. Governor talked about needing infrastructure and building infrastructure here in this state. To become energy secure as a country within 5 years, we need to produce more energy, but we need to get that energy to market, so we cannot do it without the infrastructure. So we need to address the regulation and we need to address the infrastructure in a way that encourages the investment that not only produces more energy, but also enables us to build the infrastructure of all kinds, transmission, pipelines, rail, roads, all of the above. We need regulatory certainty so companies like, oh, I don't know, maybe Burlington Northern Santa Fe can make investments in rail car and in track, as well as the shippers in the new cars that will help us meet the needs of a growing energy industry. We need the regulatory certainty so that pipelines can build pipelines, including the Keystone Pipeline from Canada, which I've been working on since I was a governor. We've got to cut through these bottlenecks, the red tape, the regulation. If we give the certainty that industry needs, they will make the investments. Those investments will produce the infrastructure. Those investments will deploy the technologies that really bright guys like Ernie Moniz come up with that will enable us to produce energy from all sources with lower costs, more dependably, and with better environmental stewardship. So what I'm trying to do in my job in the United States Senate as a member of the Energy Committee is put forward legislation that would create a states first, all of the above energy plan for our country. This country was founded on the concept that the states are the laboratories of democracy. Let's make them the laboratories of energy. Let's free them and empower them to do what North Dakota's doing. That's the kind of legislation we're putting forward. That's the kind of legislation I talked to Ernie Moniz for about an hour and a half in my office last Thursday, right? A week ago Thursday in my office. Maybe it was Friday. It was Thursday. Seems like only yesterday. We had a Secretary of Energy that was willing to sit there for an hour and a half, and we talked about LNG export. We talked about hydraulic fracturing. We talked about infrastructure. We talked about technology. Now we got to do it. So here's the legislation that I've proposed, and as part of this QER, I'm asking for help from the administration and from these two outstanding secretaries. But I believe that this is the kind of legislation that would truly enable us to build an all of the above states first energy plan for our country. Domestic Energy and Jobs Act, approval of the Keystone XL pipeline, Empower States Act, allow states the primary role in regulating, the lead role in regulating hydraulic fracturing. You want more oil and gas, not only for this country, but to be able to work with our allies? Give the states the lead role. North Atlantic Energy Security Act, it will enable us to work with our allies on LNG export, and the LNG Certainty Act, which I've already discussed in detail with Secretary Moniz. The goal is specific. Let's be energy secure within 5 years. There is no reason we can't do it. No reason we can't do it. This is the type of legislation and working together that will enable us to accomplish it. Thanks so much for being here. Truly appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator. They're getting shorter and shorter. Let me introduce you to Anthony Fox, the 17th Secretary of Transportation. Secretary Fox?
Thank you, Melanie. I feel like I'm back home here in North Dakota. So I want to thank Mom, Dad, everybody who's here today. In all seriousness, I want to recognize the incredible team of people that are here on this dais who are spending an awful lot of their time, energy, and attention on these issues. My colleague and great friend, Secretary Moniz, and the Department of Energy are doing outstanding work in trying to stand up and help lead this Quadrennial Energy Review, along with Dr. John Holdren, who is someone who has enormous knowledge and insight into these issues. And to Janice Schneider, I want to thank you for representing the Department of Interior today, and Secretary Jewell, and to your incredible senators, Senators Hoeven and Heitkamp and Congressman Kramer, who in Washington do an incredible job of representing North Dakota extremely well. I just want to say thank you. And then Governor Dalrymple, I want to say a special word to you. Now, the last time I was here in North Dakota, actually was in the Castleton area, where Governor Dalrymple's family has had a farm, I understand, since 1875. And Castleton, of course, is the place where we saw one of the most incredible and tragic incidents of some of these trains derailing and creating huge plumes of smoke, and thankfully no loss of life, but certainly a wake-up call not only here in North Dakota but to the country, that as we raise our game in the production of energy and the ability to create jobs and to build a new economy based on energy independence, that at the same time we've got to raise our game on safety and ensuring that we don't have incidents like that happening. And so, Governor, I just want to thank you for your leadership and for being here today. It is, in fact, this issue of safety that brings me back here to North Dakota as Secretary of Transportation, because our role in this issue is ensuring that the products that come not only out of North Dakota but anywhere in this country are moving in as safe a fashion as possible. This is an incredibly timely discussion, particularly given the fact that the administration is taking a 30,000-foot look at where we need to go in terms of energy policy, and this first year is being spent specifically on the infrastructure needed to move us along. Our focus is on making sure energy products are moved without causing harm to men and women and families and communities. And the increased production here in North Dakota has led to a lot of work we've done at the U.S. Department of Transportation, including our ongoing testing program called Operation Classification, which has showed us that the particular crude oil here finds itself on the higher end of volatility compared to other crude oils. In addition to that, what we're also finding is that because the oil is being transported over long distances, and in some cases in high numbers of trains back to back to back, that the risk level is higher than we've seen in some other parts of the country. Now, this may be a challenge that is the tip of the spear, because typically we've seen production in certain parts of the country, and now we're starting to see the possibility that production can shift to different parts of the country where the infrastructure to support refining, separating, moving that energy product may be being built while the production is taking place. Here in this region, in fact, since 2008, we've seen a 4,000% increase in rail car loads of crude by rail. That's a huge increase. And this is why we've taken more than 2 dozen steps over the past year to try to strengthen the ways in which we deliver this oil. Now, since I was here before, I said then that we were going to develop a proposed rule to address many of the challenges we see with the transport of crude by rail. And I now return to tell you that we have, in fact, published our proposed rule. The comment period is open. It is open for 60 days. And we fully ask anyone who has a view, a comment, frankly informed or uninformed, to send us those comments within the 60-day period. Many times in the rulemaking process, the comment period is extended. But in this case, because of the urgency, we are really trying to get the public comments done within the 60-day period so that we can move to review those comments and get to a final rule as soon as possible. Because, as has been said before, certainty is something we've heard the industry and this community speak about, and as soon as we can get a final rule, the better. I want to talk about the rule just very quickly, and then I will be seated. Our rulemaking does propose to enhance tank car standards. Specifically, it phases out the use of older DOT 111 tank cars for shipments of packing group 1 flammable liquids, including most crude oil, within 2 years. And let me say specifically that we don't single out Bakken oil from other oil. We actually make statements in our rule about the characteristics of the crude oil we're talking about, so it isn't highlighting one place or another. It also sets the stage to improve design requirements for tank cars built after October 1st of next year by proposing thicker, more puncture-resistant shells and other safety features like enhanced braking and rollover protection. We're also proposing to require a higher standard for classifying and testing mined gases and liquids, including most crude oil. And we're also proposing new operational requirements for trains carrying 20 or more carloads of flammable liquids, such as restricting speeds, doing risk assessments of routes, and notifying state emergency response commissions to ensure first responders in those states will be prepared to answer the call if needed. I've also, again, asked our stakeholders, and that's all of you, it includes all of you, to comment within the 60-day period. Again, I want to thank all of you for being here. I know time is short, so I'm going to sit down and give some time for my colleague, Ernie Moniz, to comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Secretary Fox. At the risk of having the Secretary Moniz yank me off the stage, let me say I've worked with Secretary Moniz for off and on for about 17 years. First, when he was the DOE's Undersecretary and I ran DOE's Policy Office. I am once again running DOE's Policy Office, but he's moved up. This is the Undersecretary of Energy, Ernie Moniz. Thank you. I'm sorry. Excuse me, the Secretary. You were coming at me to yank me off the stage. It made me nervous.
It was a real-time demotion. Gee, that's really fantastic.
Mine is soon to follow.
Well, it's really a pleasure to be here in North Dakota. I haven't been here since 1999 when I came for a different purpose, which was to the Air Force Base in Minot. But now there's been obviously a lot of activity here in the energy world, and as has been said, and I'll just repeat, we certainly in the administration have emphasized very much, even as we move to a low-carbon world, that we are committed to an all-of-the-above strategy, and it has been said, but I will repeat it. North Dakota certainly exemplifies that in so many ways, and in fact, I think on this trip, we will be at the gasification plant. We will be out in the Bakken. We will, I'm told, will at least drive by a very large wind farm. I guess we'll leave ethanol for the next time, but the vehicle will have some ethanol in it. No, but the story in North Dakota is really a quite remarkable one. And of course, I want to say right up front that these regional meetings, as was said, this is the 9th of our regional meetings. Well, I would just say that the importance that we, and certainly I attach to it, this is the 7th one that I'm doing out of those 9, because as I think it was Senator Hoeven may have had the emphasis on the states, we agree that states and regions are really where we have to look with resolution if we are going to understand our energy issues, certainly if we are going to understand our energy infrastructure issues. So we get great information from the panels at these meetings, but we really would like and welcome information from everyone in the public or in state and local government, whatever. And I want to emphasize that this is not the only time for the input. Today is great, but we are open for information coming through any medium through which you can reach us, because we're going to be working at this until the end of the year. The first results coming out in January on the infrastructure piece, so please do take advantage as you like of the opportunity to provide input. I want to also thank President Clark and Bismarck State College. I've heard that I come from the second best engineering school in the country, and we appreciate being here. Also at the National Energy Center of Excellence, we do note that the Department of Energy did help fund this building, and so that may explain some of the generosity in hosting us here today. But we appreciate it, and I'm also told that if these were all open, it would be a truly spectacular view looking out on the Missouri. It's a great pleasure. Again, if given the time, I'm not going to kind of walk the line here, but just to say to be here, as you can see, first of all, in the administration, the fact that we have here transportation, the White House, and Interior. I might add, by the way, on Monday, we'll have another QER regional meeting where Secretary Jewell will be with me in Santa Fe, because this really, we emphasize that energy cuts across the equities and the interests of essentially almost every department in the administration, which explains the structure as has been described. But also, of course, the North Dakota, the governor and the congressional delegation. It's great to be here. The governor, I might say, I first met in his chairmanship role of the Natural Resource Committee of the National Governors Association, and he was no less straightforward then than he was in laying out the agenda for our discussions today publicly. So that's really great. But I also want to tell him that back in, I think it was, I forget, March maybe, I had the pleasure of waving the green flag at a NASCAR Sprint Series race in Virginia to learn. I didn't know that NASCAR runs on E15. So there you go. And in fact, the flag, the green flag at NASCAR races now has printed on it ethanol. So you are getting some free advertising there to a large audience, I might say. The delegation has been terrific to work with. It is good to be here on their turf. And a few of the issues they raised, Congressman Kramer, I think first raised and others have repeated this importance of the work with Canada and then Mexico. I would just add that we will be having actually an energy ministerial kind of summit with Canada, U.S., Mexico later on this year, really emphasizing the importance of working. That'll be held in D.C., and perhaps some members of the delegation might like to, in fact, interact with that opportunity. Senator Heitkamp, among other things, I can tell you, she never tires of reminding me of her directorship of the Great Plains Gasification Center. She said earlier she sometimes reverts to saying we when she should be saying they are doing something. But this is a great plant, and again, I presume here it's probably well known, but I do want to emphasize that this also has a DOE history, of course. Originally started with a loan guarantee. There was a little oops on the loan part, but actually it's important to note that if you now look over time, that has been amply repaid back in a whole bunch of ways, and in fact is producing now, has a very profitable, major enterprise, which is also a technology leader. It's ironic, it's decades old, but yet today it is a technology leader for something we desperately need, converting CO2 into a valuable commodity. And we are seeing that. I will say for Senator Hoeven that this is indeed the only really operating plant with coal. We do have another one now that just started in Texas. They just passed a megaton. You're past 25 megatons here, I think. But yes, in Texas everything is smaller than North Dakota, but that's actually a natural gas plant, and so it's a different technology. Senator Hoeven also mentioned that we did indeed have a rather wide-ranging discussion today. He welcomed me here today with a letter this morning in the Wall Street Journal. It said I was moving too slowly, but you know, but it reminds me, which is so often the case in Washington, more in general, that after the hearing, the members have a standard line. It's nothing personal, and so. But I'm seriously, we have. It's a very, very thoughtful delegation, one that's very steeped, all of them in the energy issues, and it's a great group to deal with on very, very serious issues in the energy policy for our country. So let me say a few words now, more specifically. A lot's been said, so I'm just going to make a few specific comments. Again, on the QER, first of all, the Quadrennial Energy Review, the focus on infrastructure this year, again, could not have been a better one, as we have seen so many areas now in need of infrastructure challenges being addressed. It's somewhat ironic that here we are in a period of, you might say, energy plenty. But of course, the point is that the energy plenty has developed, frankly, so rapidly that we haven't had the infrastructure yet to adjust. We heard, I think from Senator Heitkamp, where I come from in New England, you know, we always hear numbers like $4 for gas, a million BTU. Well, in the Northeast, we were talking over $100 for a while because of infrastructure constraints. This general part of the country, even more a little bit more to the east, the propane issues this last winter were very dire, as you know, considerable hardship for people. A large part of that was infrastructure constraints combined with other circumstances, such as we heard the governor talk about how much corn there is. Yeah, there was a lot of corn. It took a lot of propane to dry it. And this year, our colleague, Secretary Vilsack, says it may be even more so this year. So these are the kinds of infrastructure problems we need to think about. Today, our Energy Information Administration, as a result, has dramatically increasing its propane data collection. It's developing a website, making sure we have clear channels to the governors, for example, which we used last winter, but this winter we'll have even more organized. The fact is, even though we are in a slightly better situation this year than we were at this time last year, we are still below the 5-year average in stocks. We just encourage, so we need to be encouraging more and more building of reserves all the way down to the consumer level to make sure that if another polar vortex comes, that we aren't again caught unaware. And of course, the oil by rail, I won't go into that, but that's another example of the kinds of infrastructure issues that we are dealing with. On that, I will add one more thing that, and it touches upon something the governor said, but with Secretary Fox, the Department of Energy, we are working closely together in terms of developing a strong research basis, a strong science basis for addressing all these issues of different kinds of crude oil, Bakken, others. But in general, the idea is that we in the Department of Energy, we have 17 national laboratories, lots of capacity, and 3 skill sets in particular, deep chemistry, a long-standing leading research problem on understanding combustion processes, and a long-standing program, frankly developed out of our nuclear weapons program, to understand fires and the implications of fires. So we will be bringing those together with the Department of Transportation and working out a research program going forward. Because, for example, the Industrial Council report referred to earlier in North Dakota, our fossil energy people have looked at that. High quality. I think we all agree, however, still more questions to be answered going forward. So we will be looking at that. Secondly, on the QER, just to repeat something again said earlier, but with maybe a little twist, that the fact that in North Dakota and the Marcellus in particular are producing so much oil and gas in new geographies leads to some of these infrastructure challenges. I just want to say that the ripples are felt beyond this region and, in fact, this country, because, as was stated, with this production, we have dramatically lowered our imports. Senator Hoeven mentioned that quite dramatically. We still import a lot of oil, but it's gone down substantially. And this week, President Obama hosted a major U.S.-Africa summit. Some of them have a different perspective. Our decreased imports are their decreased exports. And so the whole oil market and eventually the gas market globally will be readjusting to the kinds of developments that we are seeing here. In terms of risks to infrastructure, Senator Heitkamp mentioned cyber. I wanted to say that we are looking at in an integrated way at the risks to the energy infrastructure. I would say it starts with extreme weather, whether it is on the coasts or droughts, wildfires, etc. We have had substantial impact on our energy infrastructure already. We frankly expect that extreme weather will get more extreme as we go forward. And so looking at extreme weather as a risk to our energy infrastructure is critical. In particular, as we build new infrastructure, making sure that we are doing it in a way that is resilient to this kind of impacts of extreme weather. By the way, there could also be extreme weather in space in a certain sense. Geomagnetic storms, cyber, major issue. Physical attacks on our infrastructure. Regrettably, we have seen some of that in the recent years, especially the power infrastructure. And another risk, which is the very interdependence of our infrastructures, natural gas, electricity, IT, etc. One of the lessons of Hurricane Sandy on the East Coast was that while there was fuel around, you couldn't get to it. You couldn't get to it effectively, while other infrastructures were down for several weeks. So that, I want to assure you that we are looking in this broad way at how we think about our future infrastructure as resilient to this whole set of risks. Climate change, I want to say I certainly align myself with the governor in saying the issue is not whether we should address it, but how is a dialogue that we need to have going forward. Very important. And just to repeat the last theme, the administration's climate action plan has put this question of resilience or adaptation essentially at the same level as mitigation to minimize the effects of climate change. And that is very, very relevant, as I've said, to our discussions here about infrastructure. I will make one last comment there about, this is not on infrastructure, but nevertheless, the issues were raised about addressing emissions from power plants, for example. That's an ongoing discussion. I just want to emphasize that when we say all of the above, what we are talking about, certainly from the Department of Energy perspective, we are talking about making the investments aggressively across all fuels to continuously push on lowering the cost of low-carbon alternatives. It's equally true for carbon capture as it is for nuclear power, for renewables, and for efficiency. That's what innovation in this business is all about. And certainly in the area of carbon capture, I just want to say that we have $6 billion out there in terms of advancing, continuing to lower the cost of carbon capture, utilization, and sequestration. We also have an $8 billion loan guarantee program for fossil fuel technologies that lower emissions and advance energy technology innovation. So we will continue that, again, across the board, fossil fuels, nuclear, renewables, and efficiency as we go forward. But again, an important point is, and my last point is to return to this issue of states, because as we move forward, as is the case in the power plant example, what we are emphasizing is the critical role of states and their flexibility to find the solutions that make most sense in a given state or in regional groupings of states going forward. So in fact, we do see the states and the regions as critical areas of innovation as we meet our economic, environmental, and security challenges. So with that, we look very much forward to some questions and some dialogue. Thank you.
Well, thank you all. If anyone has any questions, please join us here at the microphones on either side of the room. And I think we have time for just a few. Any questions for this distinguished panel of guests? Yes, sir. Please state your name and ask your question.
My name is Adam Metzger. I live in Dickinson. I guess I have a few questions. The first question is to Secretary Moniz. How come you were in North Dakota since '99? We have all this energy revolution over here. Seems to me like maybe a prior visit was needed. But anyway, what I would like to know is what is the outlook in terms of the energy for the next 5 years here in the United States? And then I'd like to really also ask a question in terms of is the United States is the energy gonna play any role in reinstating and basically regaining the power of the United States in the world? And is that an option, if that makes any sense?
Anyone care to address? Mr. Secretary?
Start. I think this is something our delegation may want to weigh in on as well. Well, look, first of all, as it's fairly obvious, the prospects for energy in the United States are very robust. We certainly see continued increases in both our gas and oil production. We are at 8.4 million barrels per day right now on the oil side. EIA expects that to go to roughly 10, or in the robust, even the robust scenario, possibly as high as 12 or 13 million barrels a day. It's enormous. But at the same time, I want to emphasize, we are in the United States. We are currently building our first next generation nuclear power plants in quite a long time.
4 of those are now well under construction. We are also seeing tremendous advance in renewables. Certainly North Dakota is part of that in wind. Wind has now reached 4% of electricity in the United States. And if I look at solar, it tends to be more regional. In California, the last month that we have data for, solar electricity reached 6% of the supply in California. It's quite remarkable. Now, that's a pretty strong picture. And by the way, I should also add, the demand side is critical, and that's we are seeing the impact of that on both electricity and liquid fuels use. On the international scene, there is no question that the production in the United States is and will affect the geopolitics of the global energy markets. But the one point I would also mention is that our energy situation is certainly one of it's probably the lead driver of the United States being looked at now as the go-to place for manufacturing. Now that's combined with, of course, rule of law and contracts, et cetera, but it's the energy situation that is the catalyst for that happening. So this is, I said earlier in my little remark about the Africa Summit, what's happening here and in Marcellus and the Eagleford, et cetera, it really is changing the world.
I'll just add that in response to your question, absolutely. Energy is incredibly important in terms of global power, global strength, national security. Look what's going on in Europe. Look what Putin and Russia are doing in Ukraine, and the reticence of the European Union to respond, let alone join us in meaningful sanctions. So, you make a very important point. When we talk about energy, and I think Secretary Moniz made a great point too, if we want to be competitive in the global market in manufacturing, we're not going to do it with low wages, we're going to do it with low energy costs and good wages. So no question, you're right on. Energy is so many more things, and it certainly is national security and global power.
Is there a way we can also lower the deficit, the national deficit, by the use of energy, basically?
Sir, why don't we give the other panelists a chance to answer your question?
Yeah, certainly, because I think the best way to get at the deficit and the debt is to have a robust economy. And while we become more of a powerhouse in the global marketplace by using the energy bomb as opposed to a missile in Europe, or we have a Secretary of State who a year ago was in Israel negotiating a peace agreement between Israel and the Palestinians. Today he's negotiating a ceasefire, negotiated a nuclear deal in Iran, and now expanded it for 4 months while they build a bomb. And now today the president authorized bombs to be dropped in Iraq. These are all relevant to our energy security message, and yeah, we need to reestablish our place in the globe.
Thank you. Anyone else care to comment?
Yeah, may I just add one more comment, if I may? Oh, Senator Hyken, would you go first? That's right. No.
Madam Senator, why don't you go ahead and take it?
I'm just eager now.
The ability to deploy energy to places that don't have energy gives them, in an affordable way, gives them the ability to build out their economies. As these nations build out their economies and provide economic opportunity, that stabilizes those regions. And so we've got to begin to address the advantage that we have to deploy our resources. So we can make money here, we're not saying give it away, but so that we can in fact have soft power that will have a greater impact than what we've seen in terms of boots on the ground.
Other comments? Mr. Secretary.
Yeah, I don't want to let the comment about restoring the power of the United States in the world go unanswered. I agree with the things that were said about how the changing energy situation can help us move further in that direction. But I hope nobody needs reminding that the United States is still by far the strongest economy in the world. We have the strongest military in the world. We are the leaders in science and technology worldwide by every measure. We are the most prolific innovators of the world. Everyone all around the world wishes that they could duplicate our performance in terms of innovation and translating science and technology into goods and services that people want and need. I don't think we should be doing too much hand-wringing about the United States.
lacking for influence in the world. That is not to say that there aren't many vexing problems out there, that despite our many assets, we have some limitations on our ability to fix everything simultaneously.
Thank you. Secretary Fox.
I would only add one other point, which is one of the constraints on our ability to seize the moment with energy is our infrastructure and our ability to make it all work together. We are going to see increasing competition for, just using rail as an example, rail lines which carry agricultural products. You know, now there's a vastly new growing economy around energy products moving by rail. And how do you make that work? And this is part of the reason why we as an administration believe that it is very important for the country to have an intentional growth-oriented infrastructure policy that helps us invest in the infrastructure we need so that we can get the return on that investment by reducing congestion, creating more of a safe, efficient flow of goods to move around our country.
Thank you. Other comments?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm going to take a second go-around. First of all, I want to very much emphasize what John Holdren said about the the strength of the country, and also note that if you look at the resourcefulness and resilience in this country, it was not long ago, 2008, 2009, we had a deficit, because deficit was mentioned earlier, that was 10% of GDP. We're now at 2.8, which is kind of the target area, et cetera. So, we have a very powerful message there. On the trade balance, that's where, of course, the oil production is directly driving that down. And that's part of the economic story. But another thing, I just wanted to reemphasize two things that were said earlier. One was this point about what's happening in Europe and around the Ukraine situation. I just want to note that actually the president led the G7 to charge the energy ministers to look at energy security. And one of the very important issues was just getting a common declaration that energy security is not an individual issue, it's a collective issue. And the point that was made here is that even though the United States, by most measures, we don't have exactly a high degree of energy insecurity. We do import some oil, but we produce 84% of our energy domestically. However, if our friends and allies have that insecurity, it can clearly come back and affect our ability to exercise certain directions in foreign policy, for example. So it's a very important point that it's collective energy security that we have to address. The last point is that jobs were mentioned, and I think it's also important, again, the president likes to talk about ladders of opportunity, having jobs that are jobs that bring people up into the middle class. But energy has certainly been driving that train, and so this is very important. We're here at a college, human capacity building, critical for the whole energy industry today, and would emphasize that. And at the Department of Energy, we are moving this forward. We need to keep pushing hard on this capacity building. The energy industry depends upon it, the whole energy industry. It also means we've got to get more women, more minorities into this business. We're going to need all hands on deck to take advantage of the opportunity that we have right now to lead the world, not only in oil and gas, but in technology development.
Thank you. Let's turn to another question from another member of the audience. Ma'am, if you could state your name and ask your question.
Welcome to North Dakota. I'm Jana Crone, and I'm from up in Burke County, on the Canadian border, about 40 miles from the end of the earth, which is Montana. And And we are surviving. We're in the oil and on the out fringe. But what's happened in Burke County is that we are on a border, in the international border. We have a 24-hour port. We have a 2-lane highway. I drive 13 miles to work every day with no shoulders. Now I'm competing with oil trucks, everything else. I live in the little town of Flaxton, North Dakota. We have 95 people. We are up from 65. So we think you ought to give us some grants because we've had I don't know what that percent is, but you get the humor of it, you know. We're all affected by it. But in the meantime, we have a 24-hour-a-day CP rail running through our town. They go at a horrendous speed. The state highway has built an overpass to go over the CP rail. And now CP Rail has chosen to build 4, it's just a little over a mile, storage track. So now that sits off with the transloading from out at Fay Township in our county, and we're grateful for Global Basin for coming and putting it there. It's handling some of our crude. But good Lord, when the trains go through with those big old Chinese truck, whatever those storage units are on this train, and it's 125 cars long going however fast through town, and you've got storage of crude on 4 storage tracks for a mile. And you have an overpass with all kinds of, every kind of product coming over it. I won't even try to guess. You're looking for a cruising of a bruising if that ever goes. Doesn't make sense that anyone's talking to the other person.
So do you have a question for them, ma'am?
My question is, oh yeah, I could go on forever here, but when you said propane was $5 a gallon or what, I paid propane too, and I've been down the road from the tank. There's something wrong with this. I would like you to look at roads in our counties and in North Dakota, get them up to speed. I'd like to look at Canadian border. We come with the Canadian trucks and they can't come across onto Highway 8 in North Dakota because we aren't up to the weights. There's something wrong with the flow you get. I'm just asking, as a small county, maybe we can look at the big picture and help make the flow. We have big energy lines coming across. We're right in the middle of it. We have no say over any of it.
Secretary Fox, you care to comment?
Here we go.
I better take it.
Sure.
Oh, sorry, you want to go, Governor? I better take that.
I think so, Governor.
Thank you for telling me. And yes, we are investing in North Dakota hundreds of millions of dollars in infrastructure in western North Dakota. Actually, a total of $2.7 billion for this biennium. And much of it going into roads and highways, 4-laning between places like Watford City and Williston, overpasses, bypasses around cities. And I'm very sorry that they haven't quite gotten to Burke County yet, but they will, because we're supporting not only state highways, but we are putting state dollars directly into counties and county road systems now. Totally unprecedented in our history. So people, we know that, you know, the roads need to be built to a higher standard than they have been in the past, and they're coming.
Okay. That's a promise.
Thank you, Governor. Secretary Fox?
Yeah, I just want to say 2 things in response to the question. On the rail side of the equation, my hope is that the comprehensive proposed rule that we have put in place for comment, once it is final, gives you much more certainty about what safety measures are in place and what, you know, how we're trying to address safety on the rail system, because there are some gaps that we're trying to fill through this rulemaking. The second point is that, and this is a general point, about a week ago, Congress passed a measure to patch up the Highway Trust Fund a little bit more, and it'll keep it in place for 10 months. But this is a really, really important point because you've just put it more eloquently than I ever could. The country is going to have 100 million more people over the next 35 years. And we're going to have to basically double our freight capacity. And that's going to affect everything. It's going to affect roads, rail, rivers, airports, everything. And in fast-growing places like North Dakota, where the economy is going like gangbusters, you've got thriving economies here. More people come in, that's more people on the road, and more commodities trying to move. And you've got two-lane roads with no shoulders, you're going to have a problem. So you've got a great governor who's working on this issue here within the state. But my point is that Washington's not helping you as much as we should. Because what this governor ought to know is he ought to know that over the next several years, he's going to have X amount of money coming from the federal government that can be matched with the money that the state's producing to get a road system built here that's going to meet the needs of North Dakota. What he's got right now is 10 months of certainty. And in 10 months, it's likely that there'll be another conversation about whether we go over the cliff or not, in which case he may be thinking about which projects he has to pull or slow down as opposed to which projects he ought to get done. So one of my crusades right now is trying to help the public understand that the problem you just identified is a problem we're going to have all over this country until we have a long-term transportation bill, and I will do everything I can to help us get there.
Thank you.
Yay.
Senator Hoeven, just a few quick remarks before we close out.
The focus of this QER is infrastructure, so I think you made the point that we need infrastructure as part of a comprehensive energy plan really, really well. You did a great job of making that point in a very personal, real way, so thank you for that. Second, Keystone XL pipeline would take 500 trucks a day off those roads out in your area. That would have an effect. We need pipeline infrastructure as well as roads and rail and transmission too. The third point is we need a long-term highway bill. We're actually pushing to get a 6-year highway bill. Secretary Fox made that point very well. But again, back to my main point is today's about infrastructure, and you did a wonderful job of making that point very well.
I had one other question.
Thank you. I'm sorry, we don't have enough time. We do need to stick to our schedule, but thank you, appreciate it. Well, please join me in thanking our distinguished guests here today. So at this point, our elected and cabinet officials will be heading to a press briefing down at the end of this hall here. So if members of the press would like to join them, you're welcome to do that at this point. And I will ask our next panel to join me up here on stage as soon as you can. Thank you. Again, if the panelists could join me up here on stage. Okay, we're going to get started here shortly. While we're waiting for everyone to join us up on stage, just another quick reminder that if you're joining us via the live streaming, to send any comments you have to QERcomments@hq.doe.gov. And again, the comments and presentations will be available after today's session at www.energy.gov/QER. Okay, our next panel is on Bakken infrastructure constraints and solutions. So I'd like to welcome our panelists to the stage, please. Okay, I see we're missing Matt. He'll be joining us here shortly, but we'll go ahead and get started in the interest of time. And I'd like to welcome our panel and remind them that we do have, we are trying to work against the clock here. So we have a series of lights to remind you when it's time, your time is up. So, and I'll help out with that as well. So just like in the first panels, we're going to have each of you speak to your notes and provide your comments. You have 5 to 7 minutes to do that, and then at the end we'll open it up for discussion. So I'm pleased to welcome for this next panel a few folks here on stage with me. Mike Egel of Basin Electric. He's the Senior Vice President, Communications and Administration. We'll skip over Matt for right now. We have Robert Steed, Director of Enbridge, North Dakota. We also have Mindy Schmitz, Government Relations Specialist, Environmental Law and Policy Center, and George Boyajian, Vice President of Business Development, Primus Green Energy. So with that, let me turn to you, Mike, to go ahead and get started.
Thank you. Appreciate you all taking the time here. And now that we're speaking to the truly committed in the room, so a round of applause for yourselves. My name is Mike Egel. I'm with Basin Electric. I'd like to thank everybody here and thank the delegation and the Governor as well as the secretaries for coming to North Dakota and seeing what we have to share. I'd particularly like to thank Secretary Fox, who opened up the category of comments to both the informed and uninformed. I'll try to be making use of that second category today. So the question is, I would like to outline a little bit of what's happening in the Bakken from an electrical standpoint, how that's affecting some of our decision making, show you some of the constraints that we're particularly looking at, and then how that relates to some of the national energy policy questions. I'll just hit on two. Many of them have been mentioned already here today from a highlight standpoint. So Basin Electric is a mid-sized utility. It's a cooperative. We serve 9 states. We have about 5,000 megawatts capacity. And we serve those 9 states through a series of G&Ts and 137 members. But the important thing to remember from this discussion is that we serve where the people are not. We serve from the North Dakota, from the Canadian to the Mexico border, but we serve in those areas where the lights are not, where the people aren't. So it's 3 million people throughout that territory. Our membership is largely the farming, ranching communities, small towns throughout that area. So in a lot of ways, that 5,000 megawatts, the picture you see up there is one of our co-ops, Montreal Williams, one of the 137. You'll be hearing a little bit from Claire Vigasa, who is responsible for the G&T Upper Missouri in that area, and he'll show you some similar slides. And what that largely depicts is the aggressive changes we've had to face as the Bakken has grown. You'll notice that at the beginning of that timeline, Montreal-Williams, which was a smaller cooperative, had about a 50 megawatt demand, and in the last few years that's grown to approximately 300 megawatts. That's forecasted to go beyond that 2014, 2013 timeline you see there, up into the possibly as high as 900 megawatts by 2025. So Montreal-Williams, along with McKinsey, are two of the cooperatives that are facing by far the largest increases associated with the Bakken, and they have been scrambling to keep up. This is Basin Electric's load forecast. You see the red largely delineates the what we call the impact of the Bakken and the load growth. We have been responding to that as quickly as we can. You see that prediction for another 1,600 megawatts worth of load growth in that area. And then this is Basin's load growth overall. Of the over 1,800 megawatts that we predict in that time frame, another 300 above and beyond what's happening in the Bakken. So how will we respond to this? We are moving forward with a plan essentially to look at generation purchases, generation development, and transmission enhancements. And this slide is a little bit busy, but it encompasses a lot of what we've been doing. That yellow line on the bottom was our 2013 load forecast. You can see it kind of increasing steadily through that process. But then you look at that white line right on top of it, and the 2014 load forecast going up significantly. A lot of these loads are unpredictable. We've worked with the state of North Dakota, the oil and gas industry, to put together a load forecast that everybody is comfortable with, but still significantly variable. We used to do load forecasts on a 2-year basis. Now we basically do them on a month-by-month basis in order to respond to this. That green line on the bottom represents some of the generation additions that we've been bringing on. Because of the speed of this, we've largely been putting in natural gas peakers, and the red line on top is the total capacity of the transmission system, including MDU, who is the investor-owned utility in the area, to serve this load. I don't want to get too technical, but the little red dot there is where those two lines cross, between load serving capacity and load. We don't like that to happen. This is bad. We'd like to see those two lines never cross. And so we are aggressively moving forward with this development to make sure that the lights stay on, because it isn't just, this is hospitals, this is homes, this is other things that we have to concern ourselves with. And my point related back to the energy policy discussion that we've been having is that I would encourage us to take as long of a view as we can with some of these things. With the transmission constraints that some of the secretaries mentioned, others, we've talked about corridor development. Well, it is a good idea, but you can't move forward with corridor development on an emergency basis. You know, when you are up to your elbows in alligators, you can't drain the swamp. So about 1.5 years ago, we met to talk to Forest Service, others, about this type of corridor development. And everybody put their maps up of where they'd want to go, and lo and behold, everybody needed to go someplace different. So if you're going to do that kind of long-term planning, you have to start early. You have to consider it to be like the national highway system. You have to think about that in a more proactive, longer-term view. And I see many people in the room who do this every day. The same thing applies to the issue of fuel choice. I mentioned that we're doing natural gas peakers. This is not always the most efficient way of doing things if you were looking at the long term. Thank you very much. However, given the rapid nature of development, it's likely our only choice for the short term. You heard some of the previous panelists talk about that need in terms of flexibility to use other fuels, including coal, including natural gas. This is something that we consider to be long-term choice. The 1970s brought us the Fuel Use Act. That meant that we couldn't even use natural gas to generate electricity. We make these commitments over decades and decades. We have facilities that last for a 30, 40-year period, and so that is how we think we need to make these decisions. So we encourage that kind of foresight, and we thank you for taking the time to come and talk to us.
Thank you, Mike. Let me turn to Robert now. Robert?
Hi, my name is Bob Steed. Can you hear me now? All right. My name is Bob Steed. I'm the region director for Enbridge Pipelines in North Dakota here. We are living in an exciting time, not just for the energy sector or for Enbridge, but for all energy consumers in the United States and Canada, for the people of North Dakota, for oil producers in the Bakken region. Domestic production is climbing and continually breaking new records. As a way of background about Enbridge, Enbridge operates the world's longest, most sophisticated oil and liquids transportation system, delivering approximately 2.5 million barrels of oil throughout North America each and every day. On any given day, Enbridge is the single largest importer of crude oil into the United States, originating from Canada. However, given increasing production and our customers' needs to move product to market, Enbridge is continually working to enhance, expand, and develop safe, efficient, and economical transportation options. Here in North Dakota, Enbridge has invested more than $1.2 billion over the past decade alone, expanding our energy infrastructure so that we are able to move to market even more of the high-quality Bakken crude oil that North Americans need. These projects have included our Bakken expansion program. This pipeline was placed into service in March of 2013, providing additional pipeline capacity out of the Bakken region. This series of repurposed and expanded pipelines out of western North Dakota, north into Canada to our main line in Coburn, Manitoba, added 145,000 barrels a day of Bakken takeaway capacity from our system. This project also included construction of a 16-inch pipeline from Beaver Lodge, south of Tioga, to Berthold, North Dakota, and also included pump station installations in Lignite and Keniston, North Dakota. Our Berthold Rail project has been fully in service since the second quarter of 2013 and enables the transportation of 80,000 barrels a day of Bakken crude, again, out of North Dakota. As a result of the pipeline expansion and rail projects, Enbridge now has capacity to move approximately 355,000 barrels a day of crude oil out of the Bakken region via our pipeline and rail projects. With our existing system, our total capacity is 435,000 barrels a day. That's less than one half of the average daily production in the Bakken. We also have a 40,000 barrel a day connection to a third-party rail facility in the Stanley area. In less than a decade, Enbridge has increased its takeaway capacity from only 80,000 barrels a day in 2005 to nearly 6 times that amount of 475,000 barrels per day, and we're not done. Considering the growing average daily production of crude oil from the Bakken, and that approximately 2/3 of the production is transported by rail, we believe our shippers agree with this, that still more pipeline capacity is needed. That's why we have proposed our 610-mile pipeline that we refer to as the Sandpiper Pipeline, originating from our Beaver Lodge station south of Tioga through Clearbrook, Minnesota to our Enbridge mainline facility in Superior, Wisconsin. Much of the pipeline generally follows existing pipeline corridors as well as other utility right-of-ways, and will have initial capacity of 225,000 barrels per day out of western North Dakota to Clearbrook and 375,000 barrels a day from Clearbrook to Superior. With this project in place, Enbridge's total takeaway capacity from the Bakken will increase to over 700,000 barrels per day. When completed, this $2.6 billion investment will further help connect North Dakota shippers to a variety of markets throughout North America, while providing a long-term, stable, and reliable source of crude oil for many United States refineries. The project is currently working through federal and state regulatory process and subject to these approvals, and has an anticipated in-service date of early 2016. The North Dakota Public Service Commission and the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission recently granted their approvals of our Sandpiper project. Enbridge's infrastructure expansions and enhancements are not limited to the Bakken and North Dakota. With our $36 billion slate of commercially secured energy infrastructure growth projects across North America, Enbridge is playing a pivotal role in supporting a massive increase in energy production in North America, by providing transportation options to new and existing markets. These market access initiatives have the potential to add an incremental 1.7 million barrels per day of crude oil capacity to the Enbridge system. So we have a long-standing history of solving energy infrastructure challenges and constraints, and we continue to plan to do so over the next several years. We provide our customers with long-term reliability, operational flexibility, and now into the future. On behalf of Enbridge, thank you for inviting me to participate here today.
Thanks, Bob. Mindy?
Okay, can you hear me? My name is Mindy Schmitz, and I live in Jamestown, and for the past 5 years, I've worked for the Environmental Law and Policies Center's North Dakota office. And if you stay till the end of our panel, you'll get a door prize. No. Anyway, thank you for arranging today's event and asking me to participate. And thank you for coming to North Dakota. Many of the issues surrounding America's energy development can be seen here, as we heard on the panel earlier. ELPC is a nonprofit organization operating throughout the Midwest and the Upper Great Plains. We have offices in North and South Dakota, as well as 4 Midwest states and Washington, D.C. We focus on public policies that promote energy efficiency, spur renewable energy development, and create jobs while encouraging wise environmental practices. Today, I'm going to touch on 2 points. First, we need to expand our energy focus to include the state's renewable energy potential. And second, as oil development flourishes in our state, we need to ensure that wise policies are in place to protect public health and minimize negative environmental impacts. North Dakota is in the midst of an economic boom, driven to a great extent by energy production. This boom is primarily focused on Bakken oil, but there are other energy development opportunities here to diversify the state's energy mix and broaden the economic expansion. In particular, it is strategically important for the nation to expand its commitment to renewable energy. We need research and development designed to help us become a leader in alternative, sustainable energy, protecting our environment and creating a myriad of jobs in the process. NREL, the department's excellent renewable energy research laboratory, has rated North Dakota's wind resource as 6th best in the nation. However, that resource is not being tapped as it should. Most recent data indicates that our state ranks 11th in wind energy production. There is a substantial and costly gap between the potential represented in the size of the resource and the actual represented by the on-the-ground wind development. I use the word costly because the failure to take advantage of this immense wind resource means a loss of jobs, landowners' lease payments, local property tax, and state and federal tax revenues. As our state has gained from Bakken oil development, so too could we benefit from greater wind development. It is important to remember that while the Bakken is located in one region of the state, the potential for wind is statewide. The biggest impediment to renewable energy development in North Dakota is inadequate transmission. Like all commodities, wind-generated electricity must have a way to get to the market. Like all commodities, North Dakota has the wind resource and the potential for thousands of additional megawatts of energy, but we need the transmission. This is clean electricity with no pollution, no demands on water resource, and no waste in need of disposal. We urge the department to work with MISO and others to make sure adequate transmission is put in place to get our wind to market. In addition, I wish to express support for NREL and its impressive work. In particular, I want to highlight and encourage NREL's continued work on batteries and energy storage. Research and development is especially critical in the energy field. We must continue to fund R&D. Next, I'll turn to a wasted opportunity with serious negative economic, environment, and public health implications. As I've noted, an economic boom is underway in North Dakota, driven by Bakken oil. It has produced jobs, significantly reduced unemployment, stimulated our economy, and responded to the nation's desire for domestic fuel. These developments, though, must not blind us to the harmful wastage occurring in North Dakota due to flaring and venting of natural gas. Flaring has wasted millions of BTUs of gas that could have been added to the nation's energy production. It has also denied landowners and taxpayers of millions of dollars of revenue. Flaring is unnecessary and is harmful to the environment and has environmental consequences. Permit me to underscore 3 reasons why we should reduce flaring in the Bakken. First, we are wasting energy. North Dakota wastes via flaring about 1/3 of the gas it produces at oil wells. Although some actions are being taken to cut back flaring, including the construction of new gas processing facilities and pipelines, the volume of flared gas keeps growing as the number of wells in the state rise. In May 2014 alone, operators flared nearly 10 billion cubic feet of gas. That's enough to heat around 100,000 average homes for 1 year. Bakken natural gas is particularly rich with high-quality natural gas liquids, including ethane, propane, butane, or natural gasoline. 8 to 12 gallons of these liquids may be present in 1,000 cubic feet of raw natural gas, adding much value to the gas. Demand for gas and gas liquids is rising as electricity generators increasingly turn to gas for fuel. Adequate gas supply is essential to ensuring the heat and lights stay on during peak periods. As an example, during last year's harsh winter, North Dakota experienced a propane shortage that could have been alleviated, at least in part, by capturing NGLs from fracking. Second, flaring costs the state and nation money. By flaring gas, we are throwing away revenue opportunities for landowners and much-needed tax revenues for local, state, and federal governments. According to a report by Ceres in 2012, flaring resulted in the loss of approximately $1 billion in natural gas. And in May 2013, gas flaring cost the state about $3.6 million in lost tax revenue per day. Third, flaring is an environmental hazard. Gas flaring produces huge amounts of harmful smog-forming nitrogen oxides and volatile organic compounds, greenhouse gas pollution, including carbon dioxide and methane, and toxic hazardous air pollutions. To put that pollution in perspective, Ceres found that flaring in North Dakota in 2012 alone amounted to the greenhouse gas emissions equivalent of adding 1 million cars to the road. Venting natural gas or releasing toxic chemicals and methane is a powerful greenhouse gas pollutant. Is releasing that directly into the air, either intentionally or unintentionally through leaks. This creates even more pollution than flaring. In addition to our objection to wasteful flaring and venting, we are also concerned about water usage demands and water contamination issues related to fracking. Water is being used for fracking in ever larger volumes in North Dakota. Each fracking well requires millions of gallons of water per frac. The more natural gas we waste, the more wells we will need to frack, with increasingly adverse impacts on water supply for farmers, ranchers, other businesses, and public water supplies. Upgraded safe pipelines, rail cars, and trucks used for transporting oil and fracking wastewater are critical to protecting our state's water supply. Already nearly 1 million gallons of fracking wastewater have spilled from broken pipelines and contaminated tributaries of the Missouri River.
Mindy,
we are especially
can you
concerned
work on
that
concluding your
fracking-
comments, please?
Okay. I'll add this. We are especially concerned that fracking and flaring are devastating special places in North Dakota, including Theodore Roosevelt National Park. We do have 5 recommendations for the department. We wish that they would adopt mandates to minimize flaring from oil, mixed and oil gas wells, promulgate requirements to minimize methane leakage from wells, pipes, and associated gas production and transport equipment, pass more stringent rules for pipelines, rail cars, and trucks to minimize oil wastewater spills and strictly enforce those rules, and bolster protection for special places under federal control, including Theodore Roosevelt National Park and Dakota grasslands. Thank you for the opportunity to provide input today.
Thank you, Mindy. George?
Thank you. Well, Mindy set this up pretty well. My name's George Boyage, and I head up business development for Primus Green Energy. And you have a challenge here with flared gas, as Mindy so eloquently stated. There are ways to solve that challenge and address that challenge. One is to build more pipelines, but that's going to take time, it's going to take money, and the pipelines will not reach all areas where flared gas is. And then there are technological solutions to the problem. Distributed ways to capture that flared gas and turn it into valuable product. That solves the problems for all stakeholders. Landowners get their royalties, environmental concerns, see a reduction in methane at the wellhead, as well as CO2 being released by the flares. The people that own the asset are making more money. So I'm going to describe one technology today, one that we've developed with $60 million to date. I'll tell you a little bit about it, and it's just one of several that are out there. There are small-scale LNG, CNG, LPG, MTG, the alphabet soup of technologies that you can look at. So we know that there are currently no small-scale modular systems available to take care of this gas. We think we have one today, and there's a technology jump needed, and I'll talk about that today. We're a technology development company that is currently operating. We've built and operating a flared gas unit in New Jersey. We don't have flared gas in New Jersey, but we take it from the pipeline, and we're converting that into gasoline, a mid-octane gasoline. We have 50 employees, and we are currently rolling these technologies out in places like Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, and foreign countries like Texas as well, where we are building a couple of 2,000 barrel a day plants down there. So there are places where this technology is being used, and it can come to the Bakken. So this is how our system sets up. You can see that the Primus flared gas solution sort of sits in, taking the flared gas off the wellhead, and there are a whole series of utilities you might need around it. We supply just one component of this, but other infrastructure needs are necessary as well, especially power and electricity. Our system is a pretty simple one. What we do is we take the natural gas and all the associated natural gas liquids, the C2, C3, C4, ethane, propane, butane, and so forth, and we can tear those apart through a process called steam methane reforming. What that does is it breaks those compounds into carbon monoxide and hydrogen. And you can recombine that into chemicals like octane, C8H18. And that's what we do. We take that and go through a 4-step catalytic process and move those chemicals over a series of marbles that are doped with certain chemicals in big steel tubes at high temperature and high pressure. And we go through a 4-step process that goes through methanol, DME, which is dimethyl ether, and we make gasoline, and we treat that gasoline so you can use it in your car. And what comes out the other end is we make equal amounts of water and gasoline. That's very clean water. We recycle all that water back to the steam methane reformer, and you take that gasoline and put it in your car and drive away. Or we can make a low vapor pressure gasoline and put that right in with the crude, not raising its volatility at all, and have that taken off site from the wellhead, therefore not needing any additional infrastructure to get our product off the wellhead. This is a picture of the plant. It's about the same size as you would see in the Bakken. It would be about an acre, slightly less than an acre. It is remotely operated. It only needs maintenance once a year. The only moving parts on it are really compressors, and there are lots of people in the oil patch that can repair compressors if that's necessary. We are operating this several thousand hours now. We're operating 24/7. Anybody that would like to come see it, you're welcome to come see it in New Jersey. As I said, these are available today for purchase, and people are taking them. This is another view of it. The two pieces are where you make syngas on the right side of that picture, and then you make gasoline on the left side of that picture. The system would be manufactured at a remote location on skids. It would take about 20 to 30 tractor trailers, depending on the site, bring them in and bolt them together, have a relatively small footprint. As I said, it's basically water neutral, which is very important in large sections of the country. Emissions are also very low. Air emissions are very low. In fact, we're having no problems getting permitted in zero attainment zones in Texas. So you can see that it's a green, it's not green, but it is certainly a low impact technology. We have very low maintenance, which is key for these areas out there. And we can also make a variety of products. We will be making diesel. We're making it in the lab now, and we will transfer that technology upstream to our unit to be making diesel later this next year,
George, if you could please conclude your comments as soon as you can.
Last slide. Only take me a second. So we feel that we can, we serve all of the stakeholders. We serve the landowner, more royalties. We serve the people that are operating the plants. They get more money, and the environmentalists get to clean up the methane and the CO2. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Now I'd like to introduce Matt Rose, who joined us a little bit late. Matt Rose is the Executive Chairman of BNSF. Mr. Rose.
All right, I brought some great slides, but you're going to have to go on the website to save some time. I'm not going to use them, but they're really cool slides with locomotives and things like that. I wasn't late because I was out counseling all my capacity projects because of all this pipeline talk. I was late talking to someone outside, so let me forgive me for being late. I'm going to talk about three things. First, what we burn, what we haul, and then third, what we need from our government partners. First, a little bit about what we burn. We burn about 1.3 million gallons of number 2 diesel a year. And you may have heard our commercials, 1 ton of freight can be moved 500 miles on 1 single gallon of diesel. We call that pretty good fuel efficiency. And if you look back to 1980, we've actually improved our fuel efficiency by 100%. And we know that we're going to continue to make improvements in that as well. Even given that, though, we've got a fairly large project to look at converting diesel to LNG. We now are in a pilot project with oversight by the FRA, and we're really excited about this, and we think over the next several years that we can make this move into LNG. Second area, what we haul. Well, we're the largest ethanol hauler. We haul about 100,000 units. You can kill the slides, don't worry about it. We haul about 100,000 units a year in ethanol. We're the largest coal hauler, primarily out of the Powder River Basin as well as Montana. EPA regs certainly have an opportunity to realign our coal business, and we'll watch that carefully. And then third, something you've heard a lot about today is crude by rail. We're currently hauling about 800,000 barrels a day of crude by rail, and about 5.5 years ago, that number was 0. So you've heard some of the challenges and opportunities of hauling crude by rail, and let me give you my perspective on them. There's really two. First is our safety, and second is capacity. But first, let's talk about safety. We have to start with the fact that we're an incredibly safe industry, and we've had a great record of hauling crude by rail, 99.97%. Damage-free, perfect delivery. We look at it as a three-legged stool: prevention, mitigation, and response. First, prevention is all about preventing any derailments, and we've had just enormous amount of technology that's come into our business, and that's why we uphold the safety record that we have today. Mitigation is really about tank car standards. You heard that mentioned today. We believe in what we call the next generation tank car that's going to be wider, thicker, heavier. It's going to prevent punctures, and it's going to be able to remediate any spill that we have in a potential derailment. And third area is in operating practices. The Secretary issued an executive order for the railroad industry, and we also reached a voluntary agreement on speed restrictions as well as other operating practices as well. The second challenge we have is capacity. Oil is just but one product we haul. At BNSF, it only represents about 5% of the products that we actually handle. You heard that mentioned today as well. And so any operating restriction, slowing down trains, needs to be thoughtful in context of the broader network of ag, intermodal, forest products, and everything else we handle. We are responding to it, though. Since the year 2000, we've spent $50 billion on capacity to improve our railroad. This year, we're spending $5 billion. We'll spend about $400 million in the state of North Dakota and about $800 million on what we call our High Line, which connects a lot of the oil plays. However, growth, it is huge. And just in this state alone, North Dakota, in the last 5 years, we've increased our units in and out of the state by 144%. Just think about that, 5 years, 144%. North Dakota, over a 5-year period, not 1 year period, is growing about 5 times the national economy. Finally, what do we need from our government partners? First among equals, let's get the tank car standard out in a way that reduces risk significantly, but still allows the railroad to operate in a manner that allows the other 95% of our shippers to enjoy the needs of the rail industry. Second, LNG has a great promise to be the fuel of the future for the railroad industry, but we need help in the regulatory environment to facilitate that transition. Third, currently we have a railroad industry that is investing record amounts of capital into the business while the highway fund is growing broke, as you heard also earlier today. And that's all with public money, where the railroad industry is all with private money. As our policymakers grapple with the future, let's make sure that there's no unintended consequences that would negate the effect of the railroad industry. Thank you for inviting me here today.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. So now let's turn to a few questions. So I'd like to start with, we heard about some great projects that you all are involved in, great electricity T&D, pipeline T&D, rail transport, renewable energy generation. But what specific challenges are you facing here in this region? Can you talk a bit more about those challenges? We'll start here with you, Bob.
Well, I think the panel earlier today about personnel is definitely one of the challenges that I don't think that you could ever talk about challenges in North Dakota without it. Bringing that issue up, attracting and retaining good people is a really big issue. You know, I think a lot of times we talk about different things and we're talking about it from our own perspective, but how integrated everything is and how much we rely on each other. The pumps on my pipeline system don't work very well without an adequate electrical supply. So a lot of the things that we all are doing are very linked together, and getting all of these different things to line up at the right time, the right schedule, in a predictable way is really a big logistical challenge for us.
Thanks, Bob. Mindy, any comments?
No, I think this is more of an...
Sure. George?
I think our biggest challenge is watching the maturation of the regulatory process up here, from looking at, waivers for flares that, we're always granted, to the evolution to needing a flare mitigation plan before you get a drilling permit. And as the state evolves and begins to enforce that, I think we'll see a greater demand for flare solutions. Until that happens, we'll be waiting to serve that market.
Thank you. Matt?
Well, we talked a lot about infrastructure today, and certainly when we're dealing in the state of North Dakota alone, the state's been very good to work with in terms of facilitating permit processes. When we get the federal government involved, we end up with very much a sequential permitting process, which can elongate out that permitting process by literally years and years and years. And I promise you that if we don't fix that long term, what we'll find is that we won't be able to get the permits to, even if we have the capital, to be able to make the improvements in terms of infrastructure.
Thank you. So my next question is really built on a comment that Mindy made about the R&D opportunities that exist and some of the R&D that's happened already. I'm just curious to know, do the rest of you feel that there are R&D deficiencies in the technologies that you work with, or opportunities, if you will? And if so, is there a role for the federal government there to aid in that area? Bob, would you like to start?
Sure, I can start. There's always opportunities. Technology is always advancing, always improving, making things more efficient, making things smaller, making things just better. If I pull out a pump on a pipeline from 1950 and I compare that to a pump today, the efficiency level is nowhere near each other. I would not say that we're to a point where we've got it mastered. There are things that we can do to continually do things better, to continue to use energy more efficiently, and that's something that we should always strive to continue to push that envelope.
Thank you. Mindy, did you have any additional comments?
Yeah, I'd just like to say, we think it's very important to continue to advocate for policies that fund a robust research and development. That's definitely a significant role that the federal government should be playing.
Thank you. George?
On the federal side, the challenge there is the DOE gives out a lot of money for new technologies. We all have our issues with the process. I find that the better the grant writer, the better the possibility of getting money, as opposed to the better the technology. And that's a challenge you see across a variety of areas. I think ARPA-E is doing a very good job in this area. I think it's extraordinary the work they're doing. So, you know, the feds are doing a pretty good job in terms of supporting basic research, certainly. There could be more done there. And then on the applied side, I think if we could get some more public-private partnerships on deployment, whether it be through, you know, some at the state level, maybe through the EERC and their relationship with the private sector, and maybe bringing some federal money to implement some of these technologies and test them out more quickly, that would be a great help.
Thank you, George. Matt, any comments?
No comment.
Okay, thank you. So I'll ask my last question here, and this is the same one as I asked the last panel. You have the QER task force here before you. You have an opportunity to provide them with one suggestion and a role for the federal government in helping to improve the challenges that you laid out here. What is that suggestion? And why don't we start at the end with you, Matt?
I think just certainty of the regulatory structure, tax policy will allow private industry to build out in a way that the capital is, there's plenty of capital to do all this we need to do. I've been in leadership of this company for almost 15 years, and I spent the first 2/3 of my career watching every manufacturing company that we do business with try and leave this country. Every chemical manufacturing process leave this country. And this whole shale play, low natural gas, and now the liquids is changing our country in a way that's, you know, we never thought possible. And I mean, it was just 6 years ago that people were declaring that we had peak oil, and one of the big banks said that, you know, the future of oil was going to be $250 within 5 years. And this has an economic drip to it that's unbelievable. But we've got to have regulatory certainty.
Thank you. George?
The implementation of new technologies, innovative technologies, is a great challenge for companies. Private in high-tech industries, private equity, venture capital will throw money into it. There are enormous returns on information technologies with relatively low capital risk. When you're dealing in commodity technologies, the hurdle rates for returns are a little bit more challenging for private equity. So first-of-the-kind technologies, investment dollars are harder to get. So this is where I come back to the private-public partnerships. All companies are very happy to be the first to be second, okay, with new technologies. And if the feds step in or the state steps in and helps some of these, public-private partnerships to help these new companies take on technologies to be first, that transition from the lab to the marketplace will go much faster, and it'll attract more private investment. And that's a great way for the federal government to step up.
Thank you. Mindy?
I'd just like to emphasize the importance of the renewable energy industry here in North Dakota. This has been pretty oil and gas heavy, and so I just want to reiterate that, and the opportunity that the department might have in working with MISO to make sure that we have adequate transmission here for particularly wind transmission in our state.
Thank you. And Bob?
I think the senators put it well earlier today when they were talking about predictability and certainty. When you're talking about investing the type of dollars that are being invested in the energy industry here in North Dakota, and then you couple that with looking to get payback over a multiple decade period of time, continued certainty around things like the rate-making process in the FERC. Some of those types of things are important to continue in the future, and there's probably other areas where there could be some increased certainty around duration of obtaining permits.
Thank you. Well, once again, we had a great discussion here. I'd like to thank all of our panelists. Please join me in thanking them.
So now I'd like to invite our third panel up to the podium here. And as they're gathering here, once again, just a reminder, if you'd like to comment after this panel, we are going to open up for the public comments. So please make sure you indicate that on the sign-in sheet at the entrance. And for those of you who are joining us via live streaming, please submit your comments to QER comments@hq.doe.gov. And as they're making their way up here, I'd like to remind you that the views expressed by the panelists here are their own and not the views of the administration, including the U.S. Departments of Energy, Transportation, and Interior. Okay, up here I'd like to welcome our next panel, who will be discussing responding to changing infrastructure needs. Joining me are Mike Turner, Senior Vice President of Hess Corporation, Brian Kalk, Chairman, North Dakota Public Service Commission, Claire Vigasa, General Manager of the Upper Missouri Power Cooperative, and David L. Gooden, President and Chief Executive Officer of MDU Resources Group, Incorporated. Welcome. Mike, would you like to start us off?
Sure. Thank you, Chris. Good afternoon. My name is Mike Turner. I'm the Senior Vice President for Hess, in charge of their global onshore assets across the world. I'm very pleased to have this opportunity to participate in today's meeting and to provide some insights and general views on both the challenges and opportunities involved in the ongoing planning and build-out of the key infrastructure projects in the Bakken region. The Quadrennial Energy Review will serve as a roadmap for moving this important work forward and will play a critical role to ensure that the process is successful. I would like to take a moment on behalf of Hess to commend Secretary Moniz, the Department of Energy, and all the other state and federal agency representatives who came here today for their considerable time and attention they continue to play on this matter. As many of you know, Hess has had a significant local presence here in North Dakota for generations, going back to when we drilled our first well here nearly 65 years ago. We are proud both of the reputation we have been able to cultivate here over time, and also to the work we are doing today to invest in North Dakota's future, specifically helping to deliver on many of the long-term priorities for this region that have been previously referenced by a number of the panelists. The Senator Hoeven mentioned earlier that the oil boom has gone through many years of cycles, and Hess has been here through thick and thin. By way of introduction, let me provide just a few more relevant operational statistics about Hess. Today we have 13 drilling rigs running and approximately 830 wells operating across the area of roughly 640 acres in the state, all serviced by what we call a world-class workforce of about 4,000 individuals. The expansion of our Tioga gas plant earlier this year has allowed us to double our natural gas processing capacity within plant gross inlet capacity of 250 million cubic feet of gas per day. The plant has the potential to reach 300 million cubic feet of gas per day with debottlenecking. That amount is matched by an increase in our current Bakken oil production of 90,000 barrels a day equivalent, with an exception to reach more than 150,000 barrels a day of oil in 2018. And in this period of less than 3 years, we have invested over $1.5 billion to specifically grow and enhance North Dakota's energy infrastructure. That figure represents only a fraction of our total investment here, which stands at more than $10 billion since 2010. These statistics tell part of the story, but I hope they demonstrate the strength of our commitment to working with everyone here to promote the kinds of investments needed to ensure the future health and well-being of this region. Hess is proud to call North Dakota home since 1951, when we drilled the first commercial oil well here in the state back in the 50s. There are families in North Dakota who have been tied to Hess for over 3 generations and counting. We try to grow them young and grow them up fast as we go through. Our employees and their families continue to live here in all the towns of North Dakota, and they enjoy the bounties of the North Dakota landscape. They rely on clean air and water and the high quality of public schools that are here in North Dakota. In short, Hess cares about North Dakota and its overall infrastructure. Of course, the fact that North Dakota has become the second largest oil producing state in the country, which was mentioned earlier, and the largest oil producing nation in the world, it is a startling achievement given where we were just a few years ago. Hess is proud of the work we have done and continue to contribute to the achievement, but it is even more important to recognize the critical role that the state leadership has played in making the Renaissance a reality. North Dakota has worked hard to create a regulatory framework here that can serve as a guide and even a blueprint for the other states, one that encourages resources to be developed, but only within a comprehensive regulatory structure that ensures this work takes place in the safest, most responsible, and most technologically advanced way possible. Technology is at the core of our company, and in Bakken we continue to apply the best technologies available to challenge and find safe and responsible ways to convey our product to market. As you might expect, our ability to safely and reliably transport the products we produce here depends on quality and reliability of access to key infrastructure, and that's why we're here today. Specifically, tank cars, loading facilities, rail lines, pipelines, and gathering lines that make our entire enterprise run on a daily basis. So over the last year or so, we have seen the topic of crude by rail transport rise to a level of national importance, and you heard a lot about that today. Hess commends the continued and persistent efforts being led by the administration and Secretary Fox to address the various safety concerns which have emerged. Inherent with this process is a necessity to manage this evolution in a well-ordered and effective manner. Contrary to what you may think, the shale phenomena in North Dakota didn't reach its present historical levels overnight. As we collectively look to enhance the present system to ensure its sustainability in the future, prudence dictates that we proceed with proper deliberation using science-based data and on timetables that reflect what is technically possible and practically achievable. Hess looks forward to working with the department further in the near term to determine the best way to achieve our common goal of safe crude by rail transportation. Another challenge in the Bakken has been and continues to be the lack of necessary infrastructure in place to capture associated gas. As I noted earlier, Hess has made a major investment in growing the infrastructure of the Bakken, including completion of our Tioga gas plant. In addition, Hess has several gas gathering projects underway which will add as much as 60 million cubic feet of gas per day throughout the state. Notwithstanding the good progress that Hess has made in this area, the regulatory process for gathering gas and even interstate pipeline approvals can be complex, to say the least. The regulatory process could be improved if the multiple agencies involved, both state and federal, were to adopt a more streamlined and interconnected system. For instance, in addition to several significant Department of Interior steps, such as right-of-way applications, EPA reviews, National Historic Preservation Act 106 consultation, and Endangered Species Act determinations, companies also need to interact with the Army Corps of Engineers on multiple water issues and the Forestry Service on specific land access and permitting approvals, in addition to several state-specific departments and commissions here in the North Dakota area. When we are really committed to meeting all regulatory requirements and work hard with all agencies, but the multiple agencies and stakeholder involvement, the process is time-consuming and very complicated. Clearly, the infrastructure is essential to the future development of the Bakken, not just for Hess operations, but to the wider industry's ability to develop oil and gas resources safely and responsibly, and to deliver them in a reliable way to customers across all of North America. Streamlining the current system to properly rationalize and simplify that process is essential, not just to Hess, but to the entire industry. We would ask that the QER consider how best to modernize this system and ensure it is fit for purpose. So I kind of answered my question already, so that's okay. I'll come to it again. It has, nothing is more important to us than business is safety. Be it in the investments that we make several years in our safe rail car fleet. We're the first to come up with a new rail car design 2 years ago. to introducing state-of-the-art loading terminals with an array of enhanced features to multi-grade upgrades and expansion of our toilet gas plant. We're committed to operating in a secure and responsible manner because our people live here. We stand ready, willing, and eager to work with the state and federal officials to ensure that Hess is not just in compliance with applicable regulations, but we are leading the way and exceeding expectations to all regulatory agencies. A best practice for our entire industry is to do that. We look forward to our continuing role in the safe development of the Bakken and its resources. And thank you, Chris, for our opportunity to speak.
Thanks, Mike. Brian.
Thank you, Chris. Thanks for coming out. I appreciate your, what did you say, the views of this panel do not represent the views of the administration?
Yes, that's right.
Fair enough. And so I'll put out there my caveat. The views of Commissioner Brian Kalk don't express the views of the Public Service Commission. No, Randy Chrisman is a colleague of mine in the commission, and Julie Fedorchak, they were both here earlier today, and I'm sure they're back doing some other things at work, and so the three of us work hard together. Also, Jerry Leon, I see from staff, is over there. Jerry, raise your hand. And look, behind Jerry Lee, my wife is here, so I must be late for something else. So, all right, honey. I don't have a lot of prepared remarks, and anybody that knows me knows I'm too ADD to prepare any remarks. I'm just going to kind of go off the cuff. But I would like just to step back a little bit. That I really appreciate the Secretary coming up here and getting a viewpoint. But I want to go back to a viewpoint that I had in the 80s growing up here in North Dakota. The state didn't have much of a future. We were coming out of an energy boom that had gone flat. There was no jobs. Kids were leaving the state in droves. There was nothing here. I ended up joining the Marine Corps, was gone for 20-some years, and I remember being in Desert Storm when Hussein lit the oil fields on fire. I remember thinking to myself, we're using energy as a weapon, and here we are fighting wars over energy. We should be developing more energy at home. A few years later, I was more senior in Iraq this last time around. Same kind of thing. We're over there. There's a lot of oil in the ground. There's a lot of different reasons why you go different places. But I'm absolutely committed to the more energy we produce at home is better for foreign policy. It's better for North Dakota. And that's the mindset that we have to have when we look at what's going on in North Dakota and going on nationally. There's always going to be the boo-birds out there that you could have done this, you should have done this, you could have done that. Well, you know what? Fine, but we're moving the needle the right way. When you look at what's going on in North Dakota right now with all the development of our oil, of our natural gas, of our wind, of all these potentials, it's a really good thing. And we have to change as infrastructure need changes, and these gentlemen that are in charge of these companies have a very challenging job trying to predict the future. But we cannot forget how important it is to manage what we're doing, but don't forget how important the variables that North Dakota is bringing to this larger national network. Because you go back to what's the price of oil a barrel now? Well, it'd be a lot more if we didn't have the Bakken. What's the choices overseas? It'd be a lot less if we didn't have the oil back home. So that's the viewpoint that I bring to the Public Service Commission over the last 6 years. And I will say, one of the challenges that I think when you respond to change that Mike talked about a little bit, the biggest frustration I have in the commission is these seams in jurisdiction where you have a pipeline, there's your gathering line, and there's your intrastate line, then there's your interstate line. So anything we can do to cut down those seams and have a better understanding, that's definitely something that would help out all of us, because that becomes a frustration where I can do my part about approving a transmission line for MDU or for Basin, but if the other agencies that are involved, whether it be the Fish and Wildlife or the Game and Fish or the Corps of Engineers in a pipeline, if they sit in their hands and don't make a decision, it doesn't help the process. So if we're going to make these changes, they have to be able to get to a decision point quickly. I don't like when we have a project that it just sits there and nobody gets to the decision. So one thing, the Public Service Commission, we develop our record, we get to a decision point, we make a decision, we move forward on it. So that's where I think that responding to the infrastructure changes is you have to understand what the future will bring, not knowing what the future is. So anything that we can have commonality in as we build projects that come in front of us is very important. I would just take a couple of minutes and just share some of my thoughts, I guess, on different things that we're looking at for North Dakota. I heard a little bit about transmission lines, as has already been discussed, but I think it's very, very important that we continue to bring in regional transmission organizations into the state. MISO is already in the state. Basin Electric has moved forward with Southwest Power Pool. I think that is going to be a great opportunity. I think Claire is going to talk about how much more electricity we need in North Dakota, but having these regional transmission organizations coming into the state is a really good thing because it helps us better manage change because it gives us more opportunities. We're not reliant on just North Dakota to develop the electricity. Now we can perhaps, when North Dakota doesn't use all the energy at some point, we can move it to the south or to the east. At times in the south and east, when they don't need that energy, they can move it back to us. I think that's absolutely something that we need to stay committed to. Area of wind development. When I first got in the commission, we saw a lot of wind farms in the state. Some was driven by the renewable mandates in different states, but a lot of it was, it just seemed to be the right mix. There was a cooling off period, if you will, of wind the last 2 years, but now I kind of see more wind projects coming this way, especially with the need for energy, and I think Mike Agel talked about it. The one thing on the table right now for energy development in North Dakota is some type of gas, whether it be combined cycle or simple cycle and wind. And we've got to change that. We need to put coal back into the mix. We've actually had different discussion with, you've got Great River Energy's got their dry finding, Southern companies coming up here in a while, but we've got to figure out a way to put coal back in the mix. And you talk about uncertainty. These CO2 rules that are proposed don't help anybody. So you can take that back, these CO2 rules, put them in a drawer somewhere, because they, I mean, I'm serious about that. The country needs more energy. So you need nuclear power, you need coal-based power, we can build more natural gas, we can build more wind. But right now these CO2 rules are perhaps the biggest impediment, these proposed rules are the biggest impediment that I think we might face in North Dakota. So we got to keep coal in the mix. The natural gas, the infrastructure, I think, is being built appropriately. There's been a interest to continue to reduce the amount of flaring, which is a good thing. The commission has approved several projects by ONEOK, several by Hess, to capture the natural gas and to do things with it. You know, there's a market for the natural gas if you can get it to your Oklahomas and to Chicago. But more things we can do for natural gas in North Dakota is really good too. We just don't have a lot of people here. And so you're going to have those export capabilities, and I really look forward to those projects when they come in. And when companies bring projects in front of the commission, you know, the better they do preparing them makes it easier for us to get to that decision, like I said, because if you've got companies that bring in a project that's not fully staffed out, it could get delayed. If you bring in, you've got your environmental review done, you've got your SHPO review, all those things, it's really easy for us to move those along. Let's see here. Telecommunications, we haven't talked much about telecommunications today, but I put it down in my comments because not only are we having an energy boom in the state, we're having a telecommunications boom. Everywhere we go in the state, you need telecommunications, and we're trying to get the telcos and your midcos and your AT&Ts, we're trying to build a telecommunication networks which is state-of-the-art that supports the energy industry. So I don't know if that's something that you want to look at, but the things like changing in universal service funds, changing federal policy on who regulates what, it may make it more challenging to continue the growth in North Dakota. We're very lucky now that with all this energy growth in the state, there's capital out there for your local telcos to invest in your fiber optics, to haul the traffic back and forth from these companies. But it should be noted that we need to continue to grow the telecommunication infrastructure in the state. The concern that I have going forward about all this is the backdrop of let's develop our energy, let's do it wisely, let's not forget North Dakota is a farming and ranching state, and so we need to make sure we've got very good emergency response capabilities out there by every county having something, because that's one thing that I really noticed when we first started this growth. Each county was really different, and some had capabilities, some didn't. DeKalb County, North Dakota, had good emergency response capabilities. Your local county, Bottineau County, where I'm from, probably didn't have much, but we've really moved the needle the right way in that as well. But you look at in ways that you can have commonality, whether it's a train, whether it's a pipeline, whether it's a tractor trailer, you've got good emergency response capability, everybody wins in that. So anything we can do in the emergency response is very important. And I believe I'll just see if there's any questions that might come up, but thank you all for coming out today.
Thanks, Brian. Claire?
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to share a little bit about the electric infrastructure and expansion activity in our area. Upper Missouri Power Cooperative was formed in 1957 to serve electric transmission needs of electric cooperatives. Today, Upper Missouri provides transmission services and power supply aggregation to 10 electric distribution cooperatives. 5 of them are in western North Dakota, and 5 of them are in eastern Montana. Our power supply comes from 2 suppliers, Basin Electric Power Cooperative. Is this on? There. It's on. Sorry about that. We receive our power from, it's on now. Yep. Okay. Power from 2 major power suppliers, Basin Electric Power Cooperative. Mike Agel is at the last panel. That's our power supplier. And from Western Area Power Administration. Our Upper Missouri family now serves 63,000 meters, covering over 51,000 square miles in eastern Montana and western North Dakota. And our service territory is roughly the size of Virginia, Maryland, and Delaware combined, and even throwing in Washington, D.C. But our customer base, of course, and density is much, much lower, averaging about 2 meters per mile. Upper Missouri, like other electric cooperatives, operates on a not-for-profit basis. That means we do not exist to provide profits to investors, but rather solely to provide affordable and reliable electric service to our members. For our members, reliability is paramount, but in rural America, affordability is also very important. It's our responsibility to ensure that energy is delivered reliably and at the lowest possible cost. Now, today, Upper Missouri's area has been transformed into a world-renowned oil and gas exploration play. Nearly every one of the 184 drilling rigs in North Dakota is in our region, and we've seen explosive energy sales, pardon the pun, and demand growth from 186 megawatts, and now my Legos come out. It's been 50 years since I got my first set, but in 2004, we were a 186 megawatt system. Today, in 2014, 10 years later, we are an 800 megawatt system, representing nearly 25% of Basin Electric's sales. While the past few years growth has been phenomenal, the next 10 years or next few years will be phenomenal on steroids. The introduction of new drilling technologies, improved operation systems, multiple well drilling pads, new efficiencies, flare gas recovery will accelerate demand for electric energy in the region. The Upper Missouri family, the 10 cooperatives I've mentioned, will double its 2013 demand and energy sales by mid-2016, growing to a 1,400 megawatt system and 9,000 gigawatt hours of sales. Our conservative forecast suggests that Upper Missouri will need, my last Lego, 2,153 megawatts of capacity and will have energy sales of 12,000 gigawatt hours by the year 2024. So in just 10 more years, we have much to do. I suggest that this is conservative, since heavy investment in oil and gas exploration and recovery technology could influence the rate of growth dramatically. What we're saying is we think the oil and gas industry is doing a good job. Over the past 10 years, Upper Missouri, its 10 distribution electric cooperatives, and our power supplier Basin Electric have made huge investments in transmission lines, transmission substations, distribution substations, and generation to meet the rapidly growing energy requirements. Again, I have to pause, and this investment is thanks in great part to the generous aid to construction contributions from our oil companies like our panelists here from Hess, One Oak, Continental, and so forth. So we have built in the last 10 years 1,139 miles of high voltage transmission lines, 25 large transmission substations and switchyards, 72 distribution substations, and 360 megawatts of new generation. Yet, as you saw on Mike's slide in the last presentation, transmission capacity is extremely tight today, and over the next 2 or 3 years, it's going to be very tight. As an electric cooperative family, we have several hundred miles of new transmission line on the drawing board or in the permitting process. In addition to the transmission facility build-out, our power supplier Basin is strategically locating gas generation and capacitor banks in the region to get us through this. Further, Basin is entering into wind energy project contracts and has planned, like Brian just mentioned, to join the RTO SPP by the fall of 2015. These projects and initiatives are critical to assuring transmission capacity and power supply to the farms, homes, communities, and industry in the region. We have literally no room for delays. We are pressed in every direction, but remain committed to our cooperative principles and stewardship. Now let's talk about our constraining elements. One of them is system and reliability and affordability. We as the electric cooperatives are very safety and reliability conscious and are investing time and resources to build safe, stellar, affordable, and reliable systems. We will not compromise on safety or reliability.
but we're short of human resources power. Projects like I have described to meet the needs of this growth in 2024 is going to take an incredible amount of engineering and planning, and our traditional long-term planning isn't our luxury, and labor supply is tight, so we are working hard to meet the needs of our industry. Another element that's getting frustrating is for our landowners, and what I mean by frustrating for the landowners. They're getting very weary of granting easements, so it's difficult for us to get easements for electric lines, for the gas industry, telecommunications industry, roads, and petroleum pipelines. Another impediment is the exhaustive work that it takes to get permits, for example, in rail crossings, public land crossings, whether it's the U.S. Forest Service, national grasslands, or tribal lands. It's very, very difficult to get these things through, and it's time consuming, and it sometimes gets particularly awkward when our public lands push projects off from their land onto private landowners. That bothers us. And in two areas, as far as environmental stewardship, we have those same commitments to be good stewards of the land, but the processes is burdensome to get through some of this permitting, and the same thing with endangered species, whether it's a sage grouse, eagles, whooping cranes, or so on. We have a long history of being very good stewards in maintaining wildlife habitat, but it seems like regulations and the processes are getting more and more lengthy and burdensome for us. So we desire balance in that area. In summary, we take our jobs very seriously. We feel it's our responsibility to provide safe, reliable, and affordable energy to our new member consumers as well as those that are legacy member consumers. We feel proud to be a part of this oil and gas development, and we're pleased to welcome international businesses to our region, new business startups, as well as new families and workers from every state in our great country. We consider our work a huge contribution to national energy. I crossed off independence after Senator Hoeven's speech and changed that to national energy security, just pure national security and national economic viability and stability. To meet the needs of the region, we'll be investing heavily to provide generation, transmission, and distribution services, but we'll need critical cooperation from our landowners, member consumers, oil and gas companies, local governments, agencies, and yes, the U.S. Department of Energy and EPA and others. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. David?
Thank you, Chris, and thank you for the opportunity. We appreciate MDU Resources being part of this panel today, and we appreciate the principals from Washington and our senators, as well as our congressmen and our governor, helping to host this QER review. MDU is a diversified energy and infrastructure company, in fact, with very deep roots in North Dakota. In fact, we've been here a little over 90 years in really what today is the heart of the Bakken. So some of our forefathers saw the opportunity 90 years ago, and we're seeing some of that coming to fruition today. We actually operate in approximately 44 states across the United States. I don't mention that to brag or boast, it just is what it is, but the very fact is we have a fairly national perspective on things. But clearly activity in our backyard right here in North Dakota is a big driver to our business. And so we did prepare remarks. They are provided and submitted actually to this panel, or this review will be posted on the website. But I'm going to divert from those remarks a little bit based on what I heard earlier today. I want to touch on several items that are actually contained within those remarks, but rather than read those remarks to you, you can read those at your leisure. But I do want to comment on a few of the things because, again, we are in the infrastructure business, and actually we find it as an opportunity, you might say, to provide infrastructure to America. We think energy is kind of the lifeblood of America. You heard earlier from even Enbridge Pipeline talking about their pumps don't do very well unless they have electricity running to those pumps, and we understand that very well. A couple of things that I'd like to talk about. We're really here to respond about changing infrastructure needs, and you've heard from Claire, you've heard from Mike Agel with Basin Electric. I mean, the changing needs for us also, we do provide electricity to western North Dakota, eastern Montana, parts of Wyoming, and parts of South Dakota. We're seeing some of that same load growth. Some of the responses that we've had to that are added generation. In fact, just Tuesday of this week, we commissioned our Heskett Unit 3. You can open up some of the windows there and look across the way, and it's actually commercial operation as of Tuesday. It's a $77 million investment. Took about 3 years to conceive, permit, design, build, and implement. And that's an expected timeline and frame. And that's actually fairly quick in today's environment. And you think of the changing needs, I wish I'd have brought my Legos, Claire, that's great. When you think about the changing needs, and I understand our brethren too, so far as adding generation, that is definitely a challenge, but I would say industry is up for it, and we're very committed for it as well. When I think, and I heard earlier Anthony Fox talk about the infrastructure needs from the Department of Transportation, and he actually mentioned that it was a patch up, a 10-month extension from today, actually 8-month, because the MAP 21 funding for Transportation Road and Highway Trust Fund, it would go, I'll say, broke by this September. That's next month. There's actually an 8-month extension. So I compliment Congress that we could get an extension, but it was only an 8-month extension. In fact, the extension that we're working under was a 2-year extension. So again, I heard Senator Hoeven, and I appreciate his efforts. I'm sure Senator Heitkamp and others. But a 6-year bill would clearly be advantageous, we believe, because we do roads and bridges across the U.S., and we know that some certainty with states is important as well. We know out in the Bakken and across North Dakota there's a deficiency in diesel. We are undergoing with a partner to provide a diesel topping plant 104 miles west of here, just west of Dickinson, North Dakota. It is a first plant in the United States, a greenfield refinery since 1976. So you do the math, that's about 37 years. We appreciate the supportive regulatory environment that we did receive from the state. We heard earlier even from Matt Rose talk about regulatory certainty. Well, this is a plant that will be from groundbreaking to online, we expect in 20 months, helping to fill a need, particularly in western North Dakota, that will be both for energy as well as agriculture from a diesel products perspective. Again, one of the lines of business that we're in. When I think about natural gas, we think about natural gas being flared in North Dakota today. Approximately 28%, I think, was the last number recorded through the Industrial Commission. We actually have a project that we're in development stage right now to help get some of that natural gas to market, but it will take commitments from producers and users as well as marketers to help use that pipe. But I think it's an example that industry will bring solutions to the table, yet again, the regulatory process will be important, and we also know that the market needs to support those kinds of projects. But we know if we start capturing vast majority of that 28% of natural gas, we know it's got to get to market one way, shape, or form. I'd also like to mention on electric transmission, given that's one of our core lines of business. I heard earlier from the gal that talking about renewable energy, needing that within the MISO, that's the Midwest Independent System Operator footprint, of which we're a member of. We're underway with one of our partners. Some of their principals are here today as well to help provide a 345 kV, that's engineer speak, for a 345,000 kilovolt line going from Ellendale, North Dakota into Big Stone, just south of Big Stone City, where our Big Stone plant is. That will help provide a greater interconnection between wind-rich areas of North Dakota and helping to move those to markets, as well as a bilateral movement from other directions as well. I know I've touched on just some very key areas as MDU Resources sees it. I know it's late in the day. I know we've got fervent people in the audience. You wouldn't have stayed here this long. I do appreciate your attention. I think above all, we really do appreciate particularly the supportive regulatory environment, not just Mr. Kalk's here today, but that's the other agencies in the state, whether it's permitting, oil, gas, refineries, as we look to permit and site transmission facilities. We've already got our siting permit here in North Dakota. We worked on that in South Dakota earlier this week. We really do appreciate that regulatory environment. Again, as Matt Rose said, regulatory certainty, the capital will follow, but where there's uncertainty, the capital will be hesitant. And so with that, I'll turn it back to you, Chris.
Thanks. Okay, so let's turn to a quick discussion here. I missed an opportunity to ask Mike or Eggle about electricity transmission, but I have some folks here that I'm sure will be willing to answer some questions. So my question is, and I think there was a comment made about the need for transmission lines from RTUs coming into the state to kind of move forward in the changing infrastructure need. So do you see a federal role here when it comes to bringing in those new transmission companies? Let me open that up to whoever would like to address it first.
I guess I'll jump in. There absolutely is a federal role. The federal oversight of the RTO is Southwest Power Pool and MISO. That's a key role, and there's ongoing disputes right now between some of the RTOs. So the sooner that the federal agency is involved with settling disputes between MISO and Southwest Power Pool, the better. And also, too, I think going back to this potential force of generation. But basically, I think the RTO discussion in North Dakota is going to shape itself out. The challenge I think we're going to see in North Dakota, and Mr. Gooden could probably talk to it better, is that it's going to create a bunch of what's called seams issues, where before it used to be Otter Tail and MDU just dealt with MISO, and now they're going to have to deal with MISO and Southwest Power Pool, and that could be some costs. But I think the role of the federal thing is just to try to keep the RTOs playing nice together.
Anyone else care to address?
Yeah, maybe just as a reminder for the audience, the RTOs are really organizations that are deemed independent operators of systems, and actually it's the incumbent, whether it's the G&Ts or the IOUs or the munis, that actually bring assets and generally continue to operate and own those assets. So really it's incumbent on us to, I guess, continue to own and operate our assets and advocate how we expand our systems. There tend to be an oversight agency, but I think it's yet to be clearly determined, given there will be, Brian mentioned about the seams issues, potential between Southwest Power Pool and Midwest Independent System Operator, and we would not advocate for, I'll call it, pancaking of transmission tariffs that would ultimately end up in a customer's bill.
Claire, did you have any comments?
Yes, and I can just add to that. I know even just this week on Wednesday, MDU, Basin, Western Area Power, SPP have been meeting together to work out those things. So there's hope.
Thank you. Mike, I'll turn to you if you'd like to answer anything.
I just turned the switch on it, and it usually works. That's my...
Okay.
Thanks for paying the
Just
bill,
rely
too.
on it. Great. My next question, since this panel is addressing changing infrastructure, I'd like to kind of just look forward into the future and maybe the next 10, 20, 30 years. What challenges do you see that maybe we haven't discussed yet, or if you want to emphasize a few, that you think might rise to the forefront in the future that we haven't considered?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll start. First of all, I'd like to thank Claire for using petroleum products during his presentation. Thank you very much for the Legos. Thank you. I think someone touched on it earlier today. The evolution of a particular oil play is starting to happen here in North Dakota. Whenever you go into a large-scale development like we're doing right now, you start to drill a lot of wells. And as those wells get put on production, you start to build a significant infrastructure of producing assets in a basin. So I see plenty of opportunity in the landscaping changing with more and more wells on production and more activity that's homegrown activity. This is stuff that comes out of North Dakota and doesn't have to get flown in from all over the world. This is running a base business. So a lot more need for steady electrical usage, things like that going down the way. Our recovery in the Bakken right now is down in the 10%. So a recovery of a reservoir in the Bakken is very, very low. The opportunity for enhanced oil recovery and increasing production in the Bakken past the current drilling phase is a reality. And we have a lot of research going on. I know we do it at Hess and many universities and a lot of the other companies do, to try to figure out how to get more recovery. So the long-term value proposition for North Dakota is very, very strong, both in existing production and enhanced oil recovery going forward.
Thank you. Brian?
But just I think that trying to figure out what the new norm is going to be. I think one of the mistakes that was made early is we kept thinking this is a 1 or 2 year oil play, and I think now we're thinking realizing it's decades. So the biggest challenge I think is the companies don't know how big to make stuff. They have a 6-inch application pipeline that's filed with us. By the time it gets to the hearing, they need a 12-inch pipeline. And so anything that can be done to refine the estimates, I know people are working very hard on it, that will really help out. And I guess back to, I think the biggest challenge that I might face in the commission is just the whole pipeline growth and safety piece of it. If we want to get the pressure off the rails, we'll need more pipelines. If we want to stop the natural gas flaring, we're going to need more pipelines. And so the commonality in my viewpoint is getting the right pipelines in place, but using new technologies that are maybe still developing on better ways to monitor, better ways if there's leaks, and then getting back to that emergency response piece. So anything we can do in that area, I think, will help everybody out.
Thank you. Claire?
I guess one thing I think about, even since I've been a child, is when I studied science, the oil and gas industry is very research focused. And you can see what's happened here
10 years at a time. And we have a lot of work to do in our industry. We're keeping up, but barely. And so we aren't going to get to relax here for a long time. And we wonder what your next few years of research and technology is going to do to this. So we're preparing.
Thank you. David.
What I think about 1, 2, and 3 decades from now, given what I think is general conventional wisdom, is we've got a long-standing resource here, and that's a variety of energy sources. They've all been talked about today, whether it's the oil, whether it's the liquid-rich gas, the ethanes, the butanes, the propanes. I think I can certainly envision an area where manufacturing, value-added activities become more prevalent within the state. I mean, there's already been some projects that have been talked about or in development stages that have, made the paper. But I think you could see an acceleration of that, because I think ultimately manufacturing, whether it's been offshored for a period of time, will be back onshored because of low energy costs. And when the heart of the energy can be coming from North Dakota, I know smart people in the industry will tend to reduce their cost of sale goods as much as they can, and a major component of that tends to be energy. And so I think as a result of that, we may see more and more businesses potentially worldwide be looking at North Dakota now that we are on the map. And when we think about making the map, I was happened to be overseas a while back. So you're from North Dakota. You're right. That Bakken thing, tell me more about it. And I tell you, these are folks that speak foreign languages, so they know what the Bakken is. But I just think we'll see more and more of that interest that ultimately will actually happen.
Thank you. So with that, I'll turn to my last question, and you're ready for this one, right, Mike? So you've got the QER task force in front of you. You have an opportunity to give them one suggestion here. What is the role of the federal government? What do you want them to take away from today? Mike?
Yeah, first of all, I just want to make one comment on the global perspective of North Dakota. I handle onshore businesses for Hess in many, many areas. And over the last 5 years or so, even farther back, we've had a significant amount of global unrest in many, many countries around the world, where oil production has been shut in. And thank you for this man's service. We've been able to control that to some extent. However, if you take a look at the North Dakota production over the last several years and overlay that with the unrest oil that's shut in due to civil unrest, and most of the North Dakota's made up all that production. So when I sit down with my kids and tell them what I do for a living, I talk about that. I talk about the fact that if it wasn't for North Dakota and all the oil production, we probably would have gas lines. We would probably go back to the times where I remember when I was a kid. So really proud of North Dakota and what it's done for not just for North Dakota and the United States, but for the globe. So I wanted to throw that one in, if that's okay. Sure. So let's talk about what I'd like to talk to if the panel was sitting here. I guess it gets back to a word that's been used quite often today, and I'll say it again: regulatory certainty. And it's really around two things. It's really around rail. And Matt Rose did a really good job of explaining that, so I won't get in detail there, but it's really coming to grips and getting to a permanent solution on what our rail designs and what the rail process is going to be going forward. And the DOT's been working really hard on that with all the other the railroad commissions and all that and us to come up with a better solution. The second one is what I mentioned earlier, and that is around improving our overall integration of regulatory permitting and getting things done in a more efficient way. Not getting done haphazardly, but getting done more efficiently. And I know I take a typical well that we drill in North Dakota. It takes many, many different companies, many integration at points to get a well figured out where you're going to drill, where you drill it, all the way up to producing it. And I think it's the same type of mentality we'd like to have the agencies work together in an integrated fashion and try to reduce some of the redundancies and duplications. I know it's very hard to do. I know it's a real ramp up and we're putting a lot of pressure on everybody, but that would be something that I think would really help us accelerate some of these things that we're doing and all these really great things that the panel here has said and the previous panel has mentioned. So that's it for me.
Thank you. Brian?
Just a quick thought. Dave brought up a good point about how North Dakota never used to be in the map. When I used to go to conventions as a public service commissioner from North Dakota, they always say, "Oh, North Dakota, isn't that where Mount Rushmore is at?" And so, anyway, some of you didn't get that joke, but anyway, I guess what I would say is if there's one takeaway I could say is that anything that we can do to streamline those jurisdictional pathways on pipelines. On the regulatory, we cite a pipeline, but then once the crude starts to flow, it becomes PHMSA jurisdictional. And so anything we can do to get that information back from how a pipeline is in operation to us as quickly as we can. We've had some cases in the state where there's just been some rough edges, so that's what I would say. I'm not looking for more oversight on the pipelines, just a better information flow of what's going on when they're in operation.
Thank you. Claire.
Okay, kind of along the same theme, again, I got to remind you that we have a lot to do and we're limited resources, so the certainty about regulations and streamlining the process is so important. Again, we're very conscious about environmental and those aspects, and we're not saying to circumvent them, but to make the process predictable and certain because we have so little time to get our work done.
Thank you. David?
I think I touched on quite a few areas. One more I would just say is I would ask that the Department of Energy sincerely assert their influence in developing national energy policy that is sincere about an all of the above energy choices. And the fact that while I heard that earlier today, in effect, rules that are proposed do take certain energy sources completely off the table because there is no technology as we know it today to capture carbon to the levels in which all energy sources are eligible. So that would be my single one outside of the ones I cited earlier. Appreciate you asking the question.
Thank you. Once again, thank you all for joining us here, and please join me in thanking this group.
Thank you.
What do you call him? Arnie? What do you call him? I don't live here, but I spend a lot of my time up here.
So now we are going to turn to what is quite possibly the most important part of today, which is to hear from you, the public. We do have a few folks who have registered to provide comments. If you haven't yet and you're interested, you're welcome to still do so. So I'd like to ask the QER task force to join me up here on stage, and we'll get started here in a few moments. Okay, so we have a list of folks who have signed up to provide their comments. I want to assure everybody the DOE really does appreciate your comments and takes them very seriously, so thank you for those of you who have signed up. I'm going to call your name in order in which you signed up, and I ask, as I call your name, that you come up to one of the microphones and ask your question, make your comment. You have no questions, sorry, just make your comment, and you have 5 minutes or less to make your comment in. And we'll go ahead and get started. Today here joining me on stage are Greg Yasherney, Matt McGovern, and Kate Marks from the DOE Office of Energy Policy and Systems Analysis. So our first commenter is Eric Norberg. Eric Norberg.
Sure.
You can just ask your question right from the microphone there. It's the standing microphone.
Hello? Okay. Thank you for devoting your time today to the critical task of improving the nation's energy infrastructure as part of the Quadrennial Energy Review. I'm Eric Norberg. I'm president of Elite Clean Energy. And I'd like to tell you briefly about Elite's Energy Corridor project, which will co-locate pipelines along an existing transmission line from the Bakken to as far east as Lake Superior. We believe that this is an ideal project to meet and demonstrate the QER objectives. This project is specifically designed to respond to the need for additional energy transport infrastructure to and from the Bakken, and to do so in a way that minimizes both the environmental footprint and socioeconomic impacts of the needed energy transport. The corridor project envisions coordinated development of pipelines for the transport of both energy and energy-related products to and from the Bakken. When fully developed, the Energy Corridor project would include pathways for transporting oil and gas, fresh and wastewater, and in the future, carbon dioxide from power plants on the eastern end of the line to the oil fields of the Bakken, where CO2 can be productively used for enhanced oil recovery instead of contributing to global greenhouse gas emissions. Unlike existing energy projects, all of the pipelines that are part of the project will be sited on a single right-of-way adjacent to a current transmission line. This has a significant advantages of reducing the environmental footprint that the separate routing of these paths would normally entail. In addition, because the corridor would be sited along a single right-of-way, fewer property owners will be affected. Thus, the socioeconomic impacts of these infrastructure improvements can be minimized. How does this relate to the goals of the Quadrennial Energy Review? First, it addresses the identified needs for additional capacity to move gas and oil from the Bakken. It also provides new outlets for natural gas that is currently flared. Third, it provides part of the solution for the carbon capture, storage, and utilization technology that the administration has identified as part of its climate action plan, because it provides a way for that carbon to be transported from the power plants that produce it to the oil fields where it can be productively used to increase oil capacity. How can the Quadrennial Energy Review help this and other projects? First, we've appreciated the dialogue that we've had with the DOE and congressional staff. It's helped us to understand your objective as we hone our project. The QER can help by championing projects like the Energy Corridor projects by recommending that review of this and similar projects under the National Environmental Policy Act be conducted under a single lead agency, such as DOE, to reduce both the cost and complexity of bringing such a project to completion, and by encouraging investment in and development of projects like the Elite Clean Energy Corridor. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Marie Hoff. Marie Hoff.
It's a little hard with my trifocals. My name is Marie Hoff. I'm a member of Dakota Resource Council, and I'm also a past chairperson of the Dakota Resource Council Board of Directors. And my remarks this afternoon represent not only views, but also the written comments with which DRC has submitted to the QER earlier. So we do have a written report that we've submitted, and we hope you'll read that. I'm sorry that many of our state legislators and representatives are not here to hear our remarks. Dakota Resource Council is a grassroots organization, and so we feel that we have quite a legitimate understanding, a pretty deep understanding of what's happening with the people on the ground level in North Dakota who are experiencing much of the energy development in the state. And so our views we do feel adequately represent the views of many of the grassroots people in the state. We organize people in general to protect the agricultural and other natural resources in the state, such as the soil, water, air, and the overall community well-being. There's been a lot of talk today about developing the infrastructure, and as that was all being said, I couldn't help but think of the fact that our real infrastructure in North Dakota is our land, our soil, our air, our people, and our animals, even domestic and wild animals, all of whom are being very heavily impacted particularly by the oil boom in this state. The other thing I could not help but think of, I have a little bit of a literary bent, and one of the best stories I remember from my grade school education was the legend of King Midas. And in the story of King Midas, he was given the opportunity to make a wish. And his wish was that everything that he would touch would turn to gold. I think you can see where I'm going with this story. And the very first thing that came into his presence after he had been granted his wish was his darling little daughter, who instantly turned to gold when he tried to hug her. And I think North Dakota could maybe think a little bit about how this particular myth and metaphor applies to our state. We're getting very rich, but I wonder, what the ultimate meaning of it all is. We have 3 key points that Dakota Resource Council would like to make. We question why the North Dakota government has allowed the unplanned and extremely rushed development of the oil and gas industry of the state. I remember personally asking this question back in 2008 when the Bureau of Land Management was holding some hearings on issues pertaining to federal land in the state. But it's pretty clear at this point, 6 years later, that the social and the physical infrastructure for oil and gas flaring and transportation and so on, and a system of fairness for rural landowners was hardly considered in the rush to extract a one-time harvest. Many of our members have talked about the frustrations that they have experienced with the permitting process, for example, and the feeling of being given the bum's rush in terms of rushing to getting people to sign leases as fast as possible, and the stress that this has caused for our DRC members and other people that we meet in the community too, because we interact with a wider range of people than just our own members. But as a result of this rush to develop this one-time harvest, we see that many people have suffered very greatly. We've seen people in tears, frankly, in more than one occasion. Some of our land has been ruined, possibly forever, with some of the saltwater brine spills that have occurred. And nowadays, when I get up in the morning and read the paper, I can know every single day, almost, there's going to be something about some kind of an accident somewhere in the oil fields. And so we feel that a great amount of other natural resources have been wasted, while the oil boom is developing. And of course, this includes the flared natural gas too, which has been talked about a lot here. Our second key point that Dakota Resource Council would like to make is that North Dakota officials have said that they were very devoted to the development of, as I think Senator Heitkamp puts it, all of the above natural energy resources in North Dakota. And yet, even though North Dakota is number 6 in the country, I believe, in our wind potential, we only really have developed about 15% of our wind potential in this state.
That's 5 minutes.
It is 5 minutes. May I just quickly say my third point, which is the most important?
10 seconds, yes.
Okay. You'll appreciate this, the federal involvement. We feel that the federal role in monitoring and regulating the oil and gas industry, the energy industry in our state is extremely necessary and legitimate, and we welcome and support the federal role very strongly because we don't feel our state government has done an adequate plan. And thank you for giving me a few extra seconds.
Thank you. Next, we have Linda Weiss. Linda Weiss. Ms. Weiss.
Hello. I am from Belfield, North Dakota, and current chair of Dakota Resource Council. And I'm going to read my statement. There's a lot to do to make sure North Dakotans can produce energy and have a great quality of life at the same time. This past year has been full of pipeline spills, train explosions, contamination, and other incidents, resulting from a state preference for drilling faster than infrastructure could be built. Because of the state's failure to meet its regulatory responsibilities, this is a time for a stronger federal presence and leadership to make sure we move forward in a more responsible way. There have been pitfalls of permitting oil activity without sufficient infrastructure, which causes a waste of a resource. And I have thought, it's come to me that you could offset the waste of flaring, all that money going up in smoke, by building more turbines to pull the money back out of the air. Unfortunately, state officials choose to drill as fast as possible rather than adequately prepare. Slowing down the pace of new oil is necessary to allow us to catch up. And one other thing is to do more pre-planning to make a smaller footprint on existing land uses, combined with a better engagement of landowners. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Vicki Steiner. Ms. Steiner?
Thank you. I am the Executive Director of the North Dakota Association of Oil and Gas Producing Counties. It's counties, cities, and schools in western North Dakota. I'd like to thank you for a $1.5 million federal HUD grant we received 3 years ago. We're just finishing up that grant. We were able to do local planning sessions with that money, and we did a regional plan, which HUD has been out, and they've been working with us on all issues. And as we went through our local plans, 5 top issues came through, and that regional plan is available on visionwestnd.com if you'd like to look at that further. But it's housing, transportation, emergency services, child care, and water. And also, I don't know if you've heard about Ports to Plains Alliance. It's a consortium of states that's working from Texas to North Dakota in that central corridor. There are several oil and gas shale play states that would be involved in a 4-lane interstate system. We've got 4-lane for pieces of it, 2-lane for pieces of it. So we have a lot of commerce moving from West Texas, the border, and then West Texas, up through Colorado, and then up into North Dakota and even on into Canada. And it's called the Ports to Plains Alliance, and our dream is that we would have a 4-lane interstate system in the central corridor, and it would in fact connect all these states that are working on these shale plays. And then also the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. I know you're not the right audience for that, but we have 200,000 more people moving to western North Dakota. They have not updated their master plan to accommodate that. There's recreation problems, our campgrounds are full, and people need a place to recreate around Lake Sakakawea, and also how do we use the water in the industrial setting with the oil industry that's here, and how North Dakota makes use of that water. The other, I'll go through a few other ones quickly. Law enforcement is needed for more drug interdiction. We need an increased FBI presence, elimination of human trafficking in our cities, additional federal funding for airports. Floodplain management training should be given locally. Right now, the federal government's requiring everybody from the west, a part of western North Dakota in planning and zoning to go to Baltimore, Maryland for the training. It'd really help us out if that person would come here. Then we don't have to spend resources to send 20, 30 people always to Baltimore. And then EMS flight helicopter ambulance insurance is a current stumbling block to getting helicopter service to some of our remote Bakken areas when there's an accident. And with that, I have a letter here that goes through things more in detail, but that's it.
Thank you. And just a reminder to everyone, if you do have comments for the record, written comments for the record, we will take those as well. Next, we have Adam Matchis. Jane Cron. Oh, Jan.
miscued on the other one, so now you're going to hear the rest of the story. But in our county, and I'm going to speak to what we know in our area, and we have Canadian Pacific, so we have railroad or the Department of Transportation that we aren't able to control locally, and we can't control speeds, and it's dangerous, and we'd like to have something to help us with the railroad, where they place extra trackage, all those things. In our Vision West that Vicki just talked about, we are trying to get a central corridor through our state that's interrupted by a garrison dam we have no crossing. We have to go all the way around, and it's quite a burden for the people. We're talking through the Vision West. One of the ideas that's been presented is a ferry, and that's not so unique if you live along water in other places, but for us, it's going to take some getting along with the whoever controls the dams and the waters and all that stuff. So there's some effort there that maybe could come from the Department of Interior, again, probably transportation. We also have trouble in our area that was identified again with Vision West North Dakota. There's the applications for affordable housing doesn't work here. The incomes of the folks that are applying puts them out of reach of getting financing for the housing and the expense of the housing that's being built here. It's not overbuild, it's just the cost of building in this kind of environment with the gas and oil play. Try to get a contractor to build a house. Costs too much, they can't get financing because they fail on their application. That's a rule that they have to fill out and pass the muster. I think Vicki probably knows more about it than I, but we're hearing that that's a stumbling block, and it's kind of unfortunate because we want these people to stay. And if they could get a house, they'll stay. They have children, that's what we want. So if you can help us with any kind of a modification, or they might make $17 an hour, but everything costs so much for them that, or their credit's bad, whatever it is. I think we could do better on that application, if there's any way that it can happen. And I thank you for your time, and I appreciate people coming from afar to hear us, and we're glad that you're letting us have some input. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Laura McCartan. Laura McCartan. Leroy Solinger. Mr. Solinger.
Thank you. I don't have much to say, so I won't be here 5 minutes because everyone else has said what I have already said, and is in my mind. I think it's a bad situation where we have maybe I shouldn't be here, and I think you're the wrong group. I really want to talk to the former group, but I was kicked off, I guess you could say. So, but I'm concerned about the social costs, and this symposium was a big disappointment to me. Everything is rush, 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 get more, more, more energy, more this, more and that. But there's no reference, or no one on your panel that addresses, say, I'm 80 years old, I work part-time carrying garbage out to make a living, which I don't care, that's what I have to do. Served in the Army 23 years, Desert Storm in Korea. Now, here I'm supposed to, at 80 years old, pay other people's coming in for energy, and we're not taxing the oil companies enough. Who should pay that? Why should I be paying the schools and all that at 80 years old? Anyway, I think we're not doing enough for the senior citizens. I see in the paper, Williston, some of them paying $500, now pay $2,500. I'm sure you don't have anything to do with that. I'm in the wrong panel, and I have talked to the state people. But it isn't fair. Everybody in here is glorifying energy. Someone just mentioned foreign country called, oh, it's so wonderful, North Dakota. I've got to tell them, it is not so wonderful for the poor and the working fixed income people. I'd like to stress that. And I know I'm not naive that we need energy for security of our country, which I love. But there is also something about, I'm not going to say the word I have, with the old people and the citizens who don't have these rich jobs on the oil industry. And nothing is being done for them, period. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I just want to go back to a few folks that weren't here earlier just to make sure we didn't miss anyone. Adam Matchis and Laura McCartan. Okay, well, we have time for more comments. If anyone care to make a comment before we close things up? No? Okay, well, with that, I do thank everyone for their comments. DOE does review all the comments provided during these sessions, and those that are provided by email, and if you have written comments and provided those are reviewed as well. Takes every comment into consideration. So with that, I'd like to turn back to Matt McGovern, who will close us out.
Well, I just want to thank you all for coming today, and especially want to thank people that made comments. And we love to get input from the public. It's real important to this process. So we take comments on the internet on energy.gov/QER. You can submit a comment online. Our next meetings coming up we've got one Monday, August 11th in Santa Fe on state, local, and tribal issues. August 21st in Cheyenne, Wyoming on infrastructure siting. September 8th in Newark, New Jersey on electricity in the eastern U.S., and we may plan a couple more after that. And these will also be live streamed on the website as well. But with that, we'll wrap it up today. Thanks everyone for coming.
Thank you.